All right, and we're live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal.
Now that would make me Terrible Troy.
And this is Annabelle Lecter.
And we're joined by one of our favorite, not just favorite guests, one of our favorite people, Joe Castro. It's awesome to always have you back.
Hello, everyone. Hello.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Yeah,
thank you for
always
doing
nice
it.
to have you.
Always great to have you. Yep.
Yeah.
Good to see everybody.
So last time we were on, I think we showed the picture. It was the first time you'd posted the picture for the mask for End Zone 2 Smash Mouth. And now we're finally going to start talking about this. So this is exciting. So you're trying to find the original sketch. I'd like to know, how was the idea pitched to you for Smash Mouth?
The original idea of Smash Mouth was presented to me by Michael and Sophia. They were basically, they explained the story. They told me that the story was about a young man who I guess he was bullied on a football team, and he had his jaw broken, and he left for dead, I guess, and he returns to seek vengeance on the people that hazed him, or their we call it the loved ones, or the relatives of those that hazed him. And the only way he could eat was because he's got this broken jaw that healed, kind of messed up and open, was through a straw. He had to liquefy all of his food, and he had to suck it through a straw. And that's what they gave me. Yeah, that's what they gave me. They're like, run with it, Joe.
Yeah. You did, because it's more than kind of. The thing is amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I loved it too.
This is,
and also some of the requirements were it couldn't be made out of silicone. You notice a lot of characters today are made out of silicone. Because new technology, they wanted it to be made out of rubber, specifically like a mask that would be made from for a movie in the 1970s.
Yeah.
So that was also one of the requirements, and I intentionally kind of tried to give it kind of like a Jason kind of feel from part 2, when you first see Jason. And I just wanted it to kind of be something that we all love, a little bit of everything that we all love. Yeah.
How close is the one we see in the movie to the original concept, the original drawing or Photoshop of it?
It's very close. Whenever I work with a director or producer and I'm designing a character for them, I create it first, in Photoshop, or I create an actual image of it first for them to approve before I begin building it. And so I went and found. I don't remember what I Googled, and this may come out weird, but I Googled I think I Googled I don't know, emaciated children or something like that. I don't know, something weird, because you wouldn't be able to eat that much, because you'd be and then broken jaw and stuff like this, and kind of I know that the original design is it's this young guy who looks like has some sort of alopecia or something, but he's really jaundiced. And I kind of did a little Photoshop of his jaw open and this kind of thing, and gave him these dead eyes and sent it to them. They're like, yeah, that's it. That's it right there.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. So
Bill Wheaton says hello.
Oh,
yeah.
No, share it, Neal. Share it so people know, so they can appreciate.
Oh yeah, I'll grab it. Give me a second here. Yeah.
And I have you know what I do have stuff I wanted to post was that I never have the actual original sculptures of it. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that I have of it. As maybe I have it when over there when I was putting it together. But yeah, this happened right at the beginning of the pandemic. I remember they approached me about it, and I remember when they came over, the pandemic had just struck, and they we weren't wearing masks yet. We weren't doing anything yet. We were just should we be in the same room together? This kind of thing. No one knew what the protocol was.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Neal, let's admire it.
All
I
right.
just love that.
Dude, like, just look at this, people. Look at it. It's so incredible. Like, just looking at the teeth.
Oh, the teeth I
that
just love.
nasty ass tongue. It's
Just
like,
reminds me of like an old Harvey
Hungry.
Kurtzman like cartoon or something. I love it.
it's so warped and gross and amazing. It's just
I-
like
I-
it's broken, and like you could see it looks kind of like madness, but then you could see like it, and it is, but you could see like it broke in a place and then like drop down.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. It's awesome.
And I also wanted it to be like a mask that could be, it needed to be functional, which means it needed to be able to like perform in it. I didn't know who was going to wear it. It had to be easy on, easy off. It also had to fit. It also had to fit like a football helmet from like the 90s.
Yeah, like a leather one.
Like a leather
yeah,
football helmet
yeah.
on it. And it had to fit onto the head. And so when I designed it, I made it so that way it could be like kind of assembled like a puzzle piece, you know, like you put the mask on the front, then you stick the head on, and that's kind of how it holds the whole thing together, you know. I think originally Michael wanted me to come join the two, and I said it might be best if, you know, because if different people are going to be wearing it, to keep them separate and kind of put them on together, kind of like a puzzle.
Yeah, and I think it worked best because I think did he end up wearing a wig? Because I think the wig might have stayed on with the football helmet over it.
Well, I glued hair on the sides of the mask that kind of popped out from underneath the
yeah,
but I don't know if he put a wig on or not, but yeah, I kind of glued some hair on the side to kind of give it kind of like, you know, people back in the day in the 70s, guys had longer kind of curly wavy hair, you know, and let it grow out, this kind of thing. So yeah.
Did you give them what kind of like advice did you give Michael and Sophia on how to like shoot it and light the mask? So
I don't know if I gave them any advice.
Okay. I know you do other people, because sometimes people don't know how to light it or shoot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sure. I mean, as of recently, you know, whenever I work on a film, especially if I'm working on a micro budget film and I'm like pouring my heart and soul into the effects, and I'm doing it as on a lower budget. You know, at least I want, if I accept the challenge to do like a whole bunch of effects for a micro budget, at least I want the effects to be photographed well. So part of my verbal agreement with them is that I get to kind of second unit direct how they're going to be photographed, how they're going to be lit, this sort of thing. And I work with some very talented directors that listen to me and take my advice. And that's why you get to see all these like great shots of it online. And, you know, I don't know if you noticed recently, I've been posting video footage of like people getting stabbed and this kind of thing.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
You know,
there's a great one where it's like a face getting filleted. I shared it.
Love that. That's the best. Yeah.
You know, there used to be a time when like an effect shot was like a shot that was like discussed and designed with, you know, the special effects artist and the director, so that way we could appreciate it when we saw it. Nowadays, a lot of people, when they shoot effects, they just kind of like, you know, throw in a few frames of it here or there, and it kind of, you know, and you don't really get to, you know, relish in it or appreciate it.
That's
you know?
kind of a waste, I would think.
Yeah. Like it, yeah. So the director of that film, the one with the face skinning, you know, he allowed me to come in and second unit direct the shots. And
nice.
That's where we'll be able to hang on that shot and really get something nice you can just kind of enjoy, you know. And it's gory, but it's not really bloody, if you notice.
Yeah.
You know, like I noticed nowadays, people pour blood all over everything. They think, oh, just put some more blood, a whole bunch of blood. And sometimes when I'm looking at a movie or something, someone gets their head, you know, cut off or face smashed in, and there's so much blood. It's like there's not even that much blood in the human body, and it's like on screen. I'm like, this doesn't work, you know. And it doesn't make it scary. It doesn't make it really gory. It just makes it kind of messy.
Yeah, and I think a certain type of movie, it can work just as like it's more of a horror comedy, like Dead Alive or something.
Well, and
you know,
and like the movie we're going to talk about after this one, there's some moments that are like meant to be comical. They're meant to be totally comical. So it's a different vibe.
Yeah, it's almost like Monty Python, I think, where, you know, the gore was so over the top it was actually comedic.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Over the top. Yeah, over the top. I'm scrolling through here. I think I've found a couple of pictures of the sculpture that I put together. I know that when I was making the the mask, I wanted it to be still kind of rough. I'm thinking like, who is this effects artist? Like I'm trying to get into like the mind of the actual fictional effects artist that made the mask for the film, and like would he go through this much effort to make it, or how what would he do? This kind of thing. And
I was just remembering the lines in the Once and Future Smash, and there's a comment about how important the effects are versus the actor, and I just that is so awesome. It's great.
That was Michael and Sophia came up with that to said, Joe, say like this and say that, so that way
I love it. It was funny.
Not to get too ahead, but since Annabelle brought that up, what was that like to then play a version of yourself or play the creator of the mask for the Once and Future Smash?
Yeah, I'm very grateful that I had an opportunity to be in the film as well. I told Michael and Sophia, if you got a part for me, and I'd love to be in front of the camera, and like, why don't you play the special effects artist? And I said that would be my honor. And I think was it Blaise Paulsdale? Blaise, which is Paul Blaisdell. Obviously, a nod to the man that made all of I think he made Roger Corman's Monsters, and he's a beloved special effects artist who worked on a lot of micro budget films. So it was amazing that to be a part of a movie with so much name talent in it. Growing up, seeing being inspired by most of the people that are in the film.
So when I was out there filming Backwoods Bob in End Zone 2, me and you were texting a lot, and you were sending me a lot of videos like, oh, I wish I was out there, and I wish you were out there too, because it would have been cool to the mask is amazing. It would have been nice, maybe you could have done some of the gore effects.
I would have loved to have come on set and done some like old school, like 70s kind of styled effects with cotton and latex, and some Caro syrup blood, or maybe even used Herschel Gordon Lewis's formula of blood.
Nice.
On
that would have been awesome.
And I have a special mix. I have a little Elmer's glue bottle that I mix up and I take on set of the Herschel Gordon Lewis formula of blood. And because you can put it, you can, like with the Elmer's glue bottle, you can put it just where you need it, and sometimes like a combination between what Herschel did and what they do today, a little bit of them both makes it really gross,
Nice.
So I always bring along a little bottle of it.
So for people who we probably brought this up a while ago when we first had you on, but how did you come into contact with Herschel Gordon Lewis originally?
Herschel, for people that don't know who Herschel is the man that directed Blood Feast, the 1963 original splatter slasher movie. And back in 2001, I was working for an effects shop, and the special effects shop I was working for was approached to do the special effects for the sequel to Blood Feast 2, All You Can Eat. And I guess the budget was small, and so they said they couldn't take it, and so they offered the job to me. And I took the job, and I think I had like maybe a week and a half to prepare or something like that.
Wow.
It was super, super quick. And I didn't even have, we shot it in Louisiana. I had a friend of mine, an actress, come over to the house, and I just molded like her head, her arms, her torso. I think I even molded her legs, I guess, or her back. And, I went and bought wigs of all the different girls that were in the film, kind of like their hair color, so I could interchange, like, the heads on the one fake head I had of her. And we just changed the makeup around and this kind of stuff. And, I put everything in a giant box and got on a plane and went, this is 2001. So this is before 9/11. And I could take, anything on a plane. And, went there, and there was Herschel Gordon Lewis. I walk in on set, and there's the man that basically inspired all of us to do what we do today. And most people don't know that Herschel did the special effects for, directed, wrote, composed the music, edited, and filmed Blood Feast.
Damn.
He did it
Wow.
all. He did all of it. So he was the first. He was one of the first, to do it all, and he did it well. That's another thing. He did it well. I mean, it wasn't like he made like a movie that's unwatchable. He made like a great film that all these other movies are, are basically photocopies of now. They're Xeroxes of his original formula, and so.
And just super nice, like a very gentleman. When you meet him,
absolutely, yeah. When I first met him, they took me from the airport right to set, and I was, I guess they were doing a scene where a girl gets stabbed in the back, and a knife comes out her front, and I was introduced to him, and he said, "So, Joe, how are we going to do this gag?" And I said, I said, well, I have this knife, and I have this. I said, how do you want it done? And he said, well, whatever, he said, what do we prepare for? And I said, I'll do anything I'll make it happen, whatever you need, Herschel. And that began our friendship.
That's awesome.
Yeah. He was on the show a couple times, once real early, I think 2007. And then again, we had him on later. One of my favorite stories is about Herschel. So we have him on, and we weren't doing video at the time, but he was on video, and he's like, so this isn't going to be video. And I said, is it okay if I get comfortable? He had like a 3-piece suit on. I was like, yeah. And he reached up and he just loosened his tie, just like a little tiny bit. And then I was like, okay, I guess now he's comfortable.
I remember because you're like, geez, he doesn't know I'm not wearing any pants. But okay,
Yeah, just a really cool guy.
Yeah, he's actually the I have him in Terror Tunes Part 3. He's like a storyteller in the film. He narrates the movie, and we went over to his place in Florida to shoot it, and he didn't know, but I wanted to. He told me a whole bunch of stories. I'm sure he's told a lot of people a lot of stories of his career, but one of the stories he told me was when he was shooting this movie, The Wizard of Gore, there's a deleted scene from the film that never made it into the picture. They got the carcass. This is back in like the 60s and 70s. We've learned a lot of lessons since then, but we had to do a lot of crazy stuff to get to where we are today. And he had like a carcass of a goat, and I guess he got like all this like mortician's wax, this German wax, and he sculpted like a human face on it and put like human skin. He tried to make it look like it was a human body, and they were going to carve away the German wax. Then there'd be like the real animal. And he said he shot it at a friend's house where they didn't have permission to shoot, and the owner of the house came home, and they all like ran like rats. And so
they left this thing there.
They just left it. They left
this awesome.
Horrible monstrosity, probably with like eyelids with eyelashes on the goat's head. I could picture it like with like a wig on it or something. And I wanted to recreate something like that for Terror Tunes 3, and we brought I wouldn't do this today. I was this is 2007 done it, but I bought a pig head into his wife's kitchen, and we bought a pig head over, and we actually ended up giving it away to like a local who used it to feed his family. It wasn't went to waste. But I brought a pig head into the kitchen, and they were so stunned. It had been so long since he kind of engaged in that kind of crazy behavior in his condo there in Fort Lauderdale. He was like, this is this pig head in his kitchen. Yeah.
So you mentioned the pandemic. So the pandemic puts End Zone 2 Once and Future Smash for over a year. We can't finish the film, and I guess you're used to some of that kind of things. But what was that during that time, like what were you thinking? Like, do you I've faith that this is going to get finished? Or
I was in constant contact with Michael and Sophia, and I know that it was a true passion project, and I know they were working on a couple of other things that I was also involved in during that time. So I knew that when it's done, it's done. I mean, it took me 10 years to make 2 of my films, so I understood. So 2 or 3 years is nothing, and it takes it down on the average. It takes about 5 years to make an animated picture. So this it takes what it takes sometimes.
Yeah.
And I eagerly awaited to see it because I remember when you phoned me from set, you said, "Yeah, we're shooting a whole feature in 4 days or whatever, 5 days." I'm like, "Oh, that sounds amazing," because there's this kind of like energy when you shoot something like that kind of like propels you to do some things that you probably wouldn't do otherwise. And it comes across on screen and becomes very entertaining simply because of that. And I love End Zone too. I mean, I think y'all did an amazing job shooting. Almost 60 minutes of a film in 4 days or 5 days or how many ever days you shot it. Yeah, I think you did a really good job, and we're able to capture that kind of 70s kind of nostalgia kind of thing.
Some of the original reviews did just think it was a 1970s slasher film.
Yeah. No, it definitely looks like it. Yeah, with better lighting though, because y'all actually lit it. Some of those movies back in the 70s and 80s, when the lighting wasn't good,
that was our restoration of the movie.
Yeah.
But it's weird. And people cannot dislike it. That's totally fine. But I've noticed some of the reviews after a while, they just keep telling you over and over that it's not a real 70s movie, almost like they're trying to make sure they weren't fooled by it. But that wasn't really the intention. I mean, it's like, yeah, we get it. It's a movie. We know it's a movie. We didn't, put out a documentary or something. It's very weird.
I'm still looking for that sculpture, and I think it came even before, maybe it was right before the pandemic happened.
Yeah, it was the end of 2019, and then we started filming Smash right when everything was going on. Like a couple weeks later, everything shut down.
I see. Okay. Yeah. I just remember the turnaround time was pretty fast. I think I did it in about a week or something like that, and then they came over and got it. And here they are. Here's an image of what do you call it from the I'll send it to you in a text message.
I'll share it up here.
Yeah, and then here's the sculpture, and here we go. This is great. Here's just it right here. This is cool here too. And let me come over here. But I really enjoy it when I get some good solid direction from a director, and then on top of that, they say, then go for it, Joe. Do whatever you think would be best. You use your imagination. The best thing you can do for a special effects artist is give them some sort of creative freedom to use their imagination to do what they do best. It's like the highest compliment you can pay a special effects artist is to create a creature. That's like one of the highest. Basically, what you're saying is, we trust you and we respect you enough to give you our baby, right? To do this and to make the title character or the thing that people are paying their movie ticket to see.
And with your portfolio, just the things I see on Facebook, I don't know why anyone would not trust that you're going to make something amazing.
So sweet.
It's true. I see it. I'm just like, oh my God, it's more and more and more. It's just never ending. Impressed with you.
I always look forward to seeing the new critter, whatever it may be.
Thank you. I really appreciate you saying that. I just found the original design held up next to the sculpture, and I just sent that to you. There you go.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh, that looks like it's a little out of focus.
Love it.
Yeah, that's the jaw, the upper and lower jaw was made physically first, and then I kind of put it into the sculpture, and
So did you create like a jaw and then just like busted it to like?
I just kind of sculpted it in this thermoplastic, the shape I wanted, and then I put the teeth on it. I always start with the teeth and the eyes, and I put them into my basic form, and then go from there. Yeah. That's the day they came over to get it. Yeah, that's where they came over to get it.
Wow.
And Yeah.
Oh man,
And
so
then
good.
there's did you get the one with the
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I
love
love
no
that.
the one with the
Oh yeah. Hold on a sec.
the
Yeah,
I want
I'll get it next year.
I was gonna
Oh
say
wow, this one's very cool. That the next one I'll be posting here that Joe just sent with the sketch.
yeah, it's basically it's just a piece together Photoshop piece that I threw together with some ideas, and that's kind of what I use to kind of
And this next one, I can definitely see now what you're saying about a little bit of Jason from
Oh
Cartoon.
yeah,
that's how it
with the
started. Yeah,
droopy eye and everything.
that's
Yeah.
how it started. Yeah,
Oh, that's
that's
awesome.
my Photoshop kind of pre-production design.
Damn, that's really
That's-
creepy. The one.
Yeah, that's creepy.
I
as
know,
hell.
I know. If I were to go back and do this again, I would do it slightly different. I think, but it is what it is. Yeah, I would probably do something a little different.
What
clay
would
do
you do?
use?
Well, I would follow. There's more intricate details I see in that. And how long has it been? It's been 3 years, 4 years, 3 years.
4 years now, yeah.
4
Yeah.
years. I've learned a lot in 4 years, and one of the most valuable things I've learned in the past 4 years is to look at something with just like, I don't know how to explain it, more adult eyes, or more professional eyesight. Or to be honest with you, during the pandemic I studied with a couple of special effects artists that are complete legends that I grew up watching their work. And when I say studied with them, I mean I went over to their place and we worked on one sculpture together. I saw
Oh,
their
that's
techniques
badass.
and this kind of thing. Yeah. And so one of the biggest things I learned was to look at what I'm doing through their eyes.
Mm.
And like now that I look at that picture, the pre-production design, I see other things about it that are more enticing to me than what I did. And so I would like try to go and pull those things and put them into the new sculpture. Yeah.
Are they so different that they could not be done in a future End Zone film?
Oh no, I could definitely be. It would be like a better updated version of it. Yeah, absolutely. No, sure. Yeah, because I love that design still. I think that thing's still kind of creepy and cool. Yeah.
And a little tiny. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I'm just gonna have a little tech question. Maybe you answered this before about what kind of clay you use.
Oh, okay. Well, it depends. It depends what I'm making and how detailed it needs to be. And I mean, you can get really good detailed water-based clay, but either an oil-based clay or a water-based clay. Definitely, like if I'm using an oil-based clay, it's a sulfur-free clay. For if I'm making like I use I use them both for silicone. But if you're doing super detailed silicone appliances, you want to use an oil-based clay. Sulfur-free oil-based clay, because the sulfur in an oil-based clay will absorb into the plaster, and then it will I don't know if this is the correct word to use anymore. It retards the silicone. Is what it does.
That word
Yeah,
is.
that's the actual definition. So
Yeah,
It retards the silicone, and you don't want that to happen. So you have to use a sulfur-free oil-based clay in order to do it. It's all kind of science. At some point, becomes just pure science. You know,
Yes.
people. Yeah.
Just
I
seeing
have to say,
like,
I was 56 years old when I found out that there's an oil-based clay. That's today is the first time I have ever heard of such a thing. I didn't know that existed.
isn't Sculpey oil based?
I would probably
maybe it
say it was some sort of petroleum-based
Maybe it
material,
is. All right.
but oil-based clay would melt in an oven, and Sculpey does not melt in an oven.
Oh,
It hardens.
That's
So
true.
I don't know. I really can't answer that.
Oh.
You can easily melt down on oil-based clay. You can pour it into like a silicone mold or like a alginate mold and make a positive that then you could resculpt, this sort of thing. That's what you would use an oil-based clay for.
I'm so curious.
But I get a lot. I work super fast with water-based clay, and water-based clay is much cheaper, and it just moves around more easily. I can do like a whole sculpture in like 3 hours if I.
Wow.
But on oil-based clay, you can knead it and get it warm, and It's super expensive too. It's way more expensive than
Oh.
water-based clay. Yeah.
I saw this.
I'm gonna have to look into that now.
Yeah, just seeing the sculpture and seeing it like the in progress where it's still pretty raw. Just like, oh my god, I need to do more art. I need to do more art. I'm so inspired by other artists, and then I go back to reality.
It's never too late. Never too late. Never too late to chase your dream. Never too late to do what you love and to make some art. You know.
I need to make more art.
But if you make End Zone 3D, I'm in it. You got to put me in it.
Oh yes.
Oh, it's so exciting, Michael
all
and
about
Sophia. Want to get that will be funded. Like, boom.
And then you can reenact the actual scene where they mutilate him. They make him into the broken jaw. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
So
backwards
many-
Bob can pop back up. Yeah.
Neal looking out for number one.
Well, it could be it can be a prequel. You know, it could be like a. It doesn't have to be after. It could be before all that. Yeah, prequel.
Mhm.
In between the time that End Zone 2 happens and the time that he gets mutilated, he gets turned into the killer.
Maybe Backwoods Bob became who he is because he has some kind of connection with this character and became like so upset.
He was warning. He was warning them. There's a lot of weirdos out there.
Yeah, he was traumatized. Went into the woods to get away from the world. Who knows what Backwoods Bob was beforehand? Maybe he was like the guidance counselor.
And saw like maybe the character the killer had like homicidal tendencies being picked on and this kind of thing slowly at school, and then that was the straw that broke the camel's back, you know, kind of.
So the
Wait,
premiere
could be like the Dr. Loomis in school.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, right. I got a lot of money.
So there's I produced and directed a movie with my husband Steven Escobar. It's called The Summer of Massacre, and it's an anthology film. It has over 155 kills in it, and it has there's 4 stories in it, and one of them is called Rage, and it starts off about this young man has his day off. He goes to exercise, goes out when the sun starts to set at a local park, and these 3 thugs like beat him and like rob him, and they basically like hit him in the head with a pipe, and he kind of becomes homicidal. He becomes like, when he comes to, he's, you know, his face is all screwed up, but he just goes on like a 20-minute killing spree, and we kill like, I don't know, he kills like 50 people like throughout the course of the next 20 minutes. And but yeah, you know, having that chip or that little click in your brain where you go from being bullied to having a head injury to being a killer, you know, that could happen.
It almost happened to me. True.
Seeing the movie at the U.S. premiere in Hollywood, that's a huge highlight for me.
Oh, you did?
Great experience, especially everyone being out there that was in the movie. That a lot of them seen it for the first time. Annabelle coming out was a great experience.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
When I saw you nearby, I'm like, I gotta meet Joe.
This is at the Grauman's, at the Grauman's Chinese Theater. That's right. Yes. Yeah.
You're looking very smart.
That was my first time meeting you in person, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was a fun one. It's a screen at Screamfest, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a very nice film festival. They always do a really good job every year. A lot of camaraderie in the film community, in the horror film community there at Screamfest. And if your film is in Screamfest, it's, you know, you know, it means something. It does. Yeah.
So, was that your first time seeing the finished movie?
It was, yeah. That was my first time seeing any of the film.
Oh,
yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah, so it was like, you know, it's like a giant box of chocolates. Yeah, that's kind of what it felt like, you know. Yeah.
It was obviously you liked it, I think.
I loved it. I really thought y'all did a really good job. I think, like I said, the energy that it takes to make something like that, it really comes across as being something special, because there used to be a time when it was important to make sure that your movie was special and original and unique. And people forget that, I think a lot of people these days make movies because they want to be famous, and it has nothing to do with the actual act of making a film. And that's why you get countless movies of the scary nurse with the mask on her face, or the new put together killer mask that's sewn together by his hands or whatever, or just regurgitated formula over and over and over again, because people are trying to copy something that they've seen, and they think if they can do it, then they are somehow special and famous, but that's not really how it works.
Yeah, and that's honestly the worst movies for me, because we get a lot of screeners for the show, even if they might technically be made fine, but if there's nothing original, or you can tell anyone's just kind of they're just going through the motion to make a movie, I can overlook if the acting's not up to par, if there's technically not great, if it's original and fun, I overlook all that stuff.
That's right. It's important that a movie be fun and original, and entertaining basically. And part of being entertained is wanting to know what is next, sticking around to find out what's next. What are you going to show me next? If you know what's coming, there's no entertainment value in that. Mm-hmm. It's like showing everything in the trailer and then going to see the movie and knowing exactly how it's there's no entertainment value in being told you're gonna get what do you call it, mashed potatoes and stewed beef and green beans. Okay, fine. Yeah, it's great, but that's not you know what you're gonna get.
So Annabelle brought up the idea of a sequel. I'm all about this. I know you've been you've been advocating for part 3, the 3D.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't necessarily have to be in 3D, but yeah, maybe a portion of it could be. I don't know.
Yeah. like William Castle had that, right? There was this brief. Oh, it was in 13
Ghosts.
Yeah, you. Oh yeah. And you see.
But they did that too in Nightmare on Elm Street 6.
Yeah, you get the Freddy vision.
Yeah.
No, that's right. I forgot about that.
The bus flies through the screen or something like that, right? They're riding a school bus.
It's at the end when Freddy dies, and then he goes into this other dimension, and then it's time to put on your they called him Freddy vision or something.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember seeing
that. To do that, how hard is? Obviously it's harder. More people would do it, but even if it was
it's not that hard actually, because they have a setting in After Effects where you can bring your footage in now, and it will apply the red and blue to it and make it 3D.
Oh wow!
That's amazing. So that should just happen.
Yeah, it's not that difficult at all.
Do it.
Far less competent people have done it. You can do it.
I figured it had to be something like that, because we've seen a lot of old movies come back in 3D now. Mm-hmm. It's wait a second, that wasn't filmed in 3D originally.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them work. Some of the ones I've seen like that work. Some of them don't, but some of them do. But, very exciting. What are some of your favorite 3D movies?
Well, I saw Jaws 3D in the theater when it was first released. I saw that movie in 3D. It was a great movie in 3D. I saw Friday the 13th Part 3 in 3D in the theater when it was released. Some of the new stuff I find it very challenging to watch in 3D. I think it's because of my glasses. May have something to do with it too. But I saw the Wizard of Oz, the Great and Powerful Oz, the one that Sam Raimi did.
Yeah.
I love that movie. I love that film. I kind of like that comeback story. I don't know what it is. It's just kind of weird the way that whole thing. Very nostalgic for me. And magic. I love magic. Anything that's magical, I love. If it's if it kind of even if it's man-made, just magic makes me happy. I don't know what it is. Yeah. And the old 3D those two films, Jaws and I saw Amityville 3 in 3D.
Oh, nice.
Well,
so that was good. That one's actually kind of challenging to watch in 3D. It's super dark. It's a super dark film. So like the 3D is really jarring. I remember it was like watching it through like I don't know, for some reason the 3D was like compressed into like only a small portion of the screen because it was so dark. But yeah, those are some of my favorites.
I know we used to go to see, people don't know Troy's my older brother, so we used to go to the drive-in sometimes to see 3D. I'm pretty sure we saw Jaws 3D when I was very little.
Yeah, we did. And then sometimes if it would get a little foggy at night, then the 3D would just really get bizarre. I got like physically ill a few times with that.
Yeah. It's almost like you're watching something cross-eyed or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
And I just remember as a kid, like Channel 38 here would show stuff in 3D, and it'd be like, go down to your local. It wasn't 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
And I go.
They did the creature like that. I remember we had to get
the creature. They did the creature from the Black Lagoon, right? They showed that in 3D on television. I remember that. Yeah.
That and some with a big gorilla, I think they'd show that a lot too.
Which one?
Something with a gorilla. I can't remember what it was.
I think it was
Morgue?
the whole thing. I think it was
Morgue.
Yeah,
right?
Maybe it was.
Morgue. Yep.
That's funny because that's probably the only thing I saw in 3D was at a local theater. I wouldn't have remembered that. If it didn't come up. So yeah.
I'm not sure who this was, but someone is excited about Jaws in 3D.
Jaws 3D, yeah.
Someone is
Spencer
saying,
Wilding.
Oh, what about this not seeing in 3D and getting a 1 dimension off discount? I like that.
Here we go. That's John Reddy. My eyes don't see in 3D, so would a 1 dimension off discount.
He's a funny man.
Yeah. Have you ever done anything in 3D?
Have I?
Yeah.
Yes. I've actually made a movie in 3D.
Yeah.
It was called Evil Unleashed: The Mummy. And it was a special kind of 3D that a company out of Arizona was trying to push to make movies in 3D back in the early 2000s. And there were several films that were shot in 3D at the time. And the man I was directing for, I was a work-for-hire director, was getting the financing to make these films for this company that made them in 3D. And you can get like 3 of his films in a 3D DVD, on the DVD or VHS or something like that. But it was called Evil Unleashed: The Mummy, and it was shot in this 3D. I think portions of it were shot in 3D with this camera, with this technology. We had I had a kickboxing female mummy in it, and then the mummy the mummy was like this sexy Egyptian woman, and she would dance around and do this little strip tease, and so we shot that in 3D, and there you go.
Was it still the 2-color thing, or was it like the Blues Brothers 3D glasses?
I can't answer that because I never saw it in 3D.
Okay.
I have a copy of it here somewhere. That we shot that movie in 5 days, and I went down to Hollywood Boulevard, and there was like some sort of like, there was an actual Egyptian, like cultural Egyptian store there, and I bought like actual like little Egyptian amulets and stuff. Don't mess with it. Don't ever mess with Egyptian stuff. That's all I'm gonna say. They got some bad juju on that set.
Really?
And, yeah, absolutely. Don't mess with it.
Is that stories to share, or is it?
Oh well, there's a scene in the film where the lead actress, who had been, remember we shot a movie in 5 days. They probably shot the whole movie for about $8,000, something like that. And she had stayed up partying with the rest of the cast, and she had to carry a statue that I got from the Scorpion King. A friend of mine had got it from the Scorpion King, and then he lent it to me to use in the film. So she's running with this statue in the movie. She's got whatever. I don't know what the story was. I don't even remember. I guess she has to take this statue and offer it to the Egyptian god or whatever to stop the mummy. And she fell on set in the woods, and she impaled herself on this statue.
Oh, geez.
In her breast implant.
Oh!
And it dislodged her breast implant from where it was embedded in the muscle on her chest. And when she stood up, it was like not where it was supposed to be, underneath her skin.
Wow.
And it was not well. Let's just say
that
that.
doesn't sound good at all.
I'd be freaking out if something like that.
Oh,
Well, it was the last day. I don't even know how we finished the film. I don't remember what happened. This was this, like I said, this was like 2003, 2004, and but we did. It was released. I guess we got all the pieces we needed. Maybe we sent her away to go do whatever she needed to do while I rewrote the ending and went from there. Yeah.
Damn.
So don't mess with Egyptian juju.
No.
I will never do that again, ever again. Egyptian artifacts, Egyptian gods, the god of Ra. I like went online, or I like Googled or went online and found like Egyptian like prayers and stuff like that when I wrote the script. So yeah, I had some real stuff, and it's like writing a real demon incantation into your movie. Don't do it.
That is
Not
a good
plan
to make.
If you see Terror Tunes 4, there's a story in there that Brink Stevens wrote, and it's Brink, Linnea Quigley, and Debbie Rochon are in it.
Yeah.
And,
That's a great one.
And Linnea is like this slimy movie producer who wrote this screenplay, and she wants she Googled real demon incantations and put it into the script, and she summons up this demon, and it's like, I can only imagine how many people over the years have done that and regretted doing it, because that stuff is real. I mean, that stuff is real. Don't mess around with it.
Spencer says, "Poor girl, that's a cut. Hope she's okay." That's Spencer Wilding, who is actually Darth Vader. So it's very cool he's here watching, though.
Yeah,
he's in the new Dungeons and Dragons. He's a great guy.
Darth Vader?
She was fine.
Yeah, he's Darth Vader in Rogue One.
Nice, excellent. Well, I'm honored to have him here listening on us.
Yeah.
And I just want to say that the girl, she's just fine. She got a brand new boob job. She sued the producers, and they got her all new boobs. For all I know, she could have like ruined it the night before and hit it.
Oh yeah, that just.
I mean,
whoopsie,
no one knows.
that.
She's like, "Oh my god, look what happened!"
Happened a year.
Have you seen those videos
like,
where like someone like pretends like to like be hit by your car and they fall down? They're like, "Oh my god!"
Oh yeah.
And then you find, you hurt me, and then you find out that there's like a camera on the back of the car, and they see that the person faked it, but there were no cameras then. So I don't know. All I know is that she got paid for it. And she got a new boob job, so she's just fine.
Let's see. This is
what's the heaviest sculpture you've ever made?
This was Billy Coyne. Billy
Yeah.
Coyne, who's also a FX artist, local one here in Boston.
I made this giant rat for a movie, and I posted pictures of the head and the sculpture. It's got to be at least, I don't know, 200 or 300 pounds of clay and plaster to make it. Let's put it this way: after we made the mold of it, I literally had to go take a shower after we put it. I was just like dripping in sweat. And my husband helped me make it, and it was huge. It was really big, and I sculpted only the top half of the head and fabricated the bottom half of it because it was so big. It had to be big enough for someone to sit inside of its mouth, and so that was one of the requirements. Wow. And but yeah.
And that did that ever make it into the movie, or
the big freaking rat?
Yeah.
There was the movie came out. What happened was, let me see here. Big freaking. What happened was, the producers of that film. How can I put this? The producers of the films were such a-holes to so many people along the way that when right before the movie was going to get to be released, like a week before, somebody along the way had gotten like a screening copy of it or a copy of it and released it to YouTube for free before it even was released. So it was never released in the United States. The distributor said, because you could go online and get it for free.
Wow.
And just like literally destroyed all chances for them to make any sort of money at all. someone, and and that's happened to several people that I know because they're such a-holes. They screw someone along the way, and someone's like, no, you're not going to get away with this. There is karma for the way you treat people. And the producers of that film are horrible people. I mean, they were very terrible people. They've done some horrible things. In fact, one of the gentlemen involved in that film lost his career because he supposedly Me Too'd several women, and they finally had enough of him and came out and exposed him. But so did it ever make it into a movie? Yes. Did the movie get released in the United States? No. I think it was released in the UK though.
And we can find it on YouTube.
And you can find it on YouTube. I think it's called Big Bad Rat now, or it was originally called Big Freaking Rat. And but it's called Big Bad Rat. I have pictures of it here somewhere. Big Freaking Rat. And it had so much potential. It had so much potential, like everything that has a lot of potential, right? I mean, it's so much potential. Here I found some.
It's got Felissa Rose in it.
Yeah, Felissa's in it, and who else is in it? Yeah, Dave Sheridan's in it. A whole bunch. Vincent is in it. Vincent Ward's in it. And the problem was that they didn't. Here, I sent you some pictures of Neal of it. The problem was sometimes you get these directors that are such narcissists. They think they can do every job on set better than the person who has been hired to do it. And what you discover is that they are their own worst enemy. They don't know what they're doing. And the people, when they got this rat that I made, which is, I mean, it could have been amazing. They would not take my direction. They would not listen to my advice. I would show them like the proper angle to photograph the character from, and they would never photograph it from the correct angle. I would say light it like this.
One of my favorite things.
Big giant
Love
rat.
it so much.
Thank you.
Wow.
See that right? See that angle right there? That is what you call rim lighting. That's how to photograph a monster, a big creature head. This shot right here, you'll never see in the film, ever.
Oh.
The camera is looking like down the top of his head up at Vincent there. They had no idea what they were doing.
Wow.
That's like my favorite shot of the rat.
Oh
like,
yeah, that
this
just
is the
looks
angle.
so amazing.
Yeah, I'm like, this is the angle right here, and they're like, shut up, go away, kid. I'm like, oh my god.
Just where you can see all the fur like on the jawline and stuff.
Exactly.
I just absolutely adore that. That's the greatest.
Thank you. Yeah, no, they had no idea what they were doing. I gave them this beautiful rat, and unfortunately, you will not see it like that in a movie. And that's how those things happen. Some of my best work ever will never be seen simply because they had no idea what they were doing. Thank you for your kind words, by the way. And that's why I like working with Sophia and Michael and you, Neal, because you understand how to delegate authority. You hire people to do their job, and they know how to, and this word can be used, I use this word with much love, exploit the thing that they have, just like really, like look at what they did with the one mask and 4 days on set. They knew how to exploit that in a way that it really made it, like I said, I don't know how else to describe it, but a giant box of chocolates.
That was Spencer, by the way. So Darth Vader saying great work. So I think that's pretty cool.
Thank you.
That's awesome. And then I remember when we were at the barcade, they had a mural behind Neal of Darth Vader, and it was signed by him.
Yeah,
really?
Neal,
yeah.
Is that the guy you had just interviewed like a week ago? He's like, oh my god!
It was at the place we went to in New Bedford, Annabelle.
Oh, that place!
Yeah, the barcade there. It's great.
Yeah, and so I texted him. I was like, "Look at this!" And it was literally right behind me. It was very funny.
And then our waitress was like, he was just in here, like he was in for the PPAC was doing some play, and so this one 6'10" like Australian guy's in there with a bunch of little actors that came from the play. It's like that's the best.
Amazing.
That redhead is really great. That's from Lumaya Shira Bree.
Thank you. I couldn't have made it without my husband, Steven. There's a picture of us after we molded it, and we're both just like dripping in sweat. The mold is so
huge.
Thank you. Yeah, the mold is so big. There's a shot of me somewhere like sitting in the mold, trying to take the clay out of the mold. And I'm not that big. I'm like 5'8", but I'm kind of small. So yeah, I'm in there. Yeah. So
I don't know if you want to answer this. How did you meet your husband?
Steven, I met Steven. I met Steven in he's sitting right over there. I met Steven in an edit bay, actually, working on a mockumentary, which is basically what Smash Mouth is. The Once and Future Smash is basically considered a mockumentary, which is a fake documentary or a synthetic documentary, fictional documentary. And I was making a mockumentary titled "Legend of the Chupacabra," and
Nice.
it was the same year they were doing Blair Witch, and I was putting it together in an edit bay in San Antonio, Texas, at a place called, I believe it's called Video Wave. They basically, specialized in special events and weddings and this kind of thing, video packages for newlyweds and stuff like that, at the wedding ceremonies. And I had come home to Texas and decided to make a movie. My father had just passed away, and I decided to make a movie in his memory on his goat ranch. And I wanted to make a mockumentary about the Chupacabra. So I just called like this. I looked at the phone book in San Antonio, Texas, and there was a place called Video Wave, and I called them up and I said, "Hello, I have a proposition for you. I don't have any money, but if you would like to go on this adventure together, you can. I have the goat ranch. We can shoot. I'll do everything. All you have to do is bring the cameras and shoot it." I think we shot the whole thing in like 5 days. Wow. I think I shot the whole movie for $3,500, and we made Legend of the Chupacabra. But when we were editing it, my husband was editing a music video at the same facility, a Tejano music video, and the director of that music video introduced us to see. He didn't know if Steven was gay. He knew I was. He grew up like a quarter of a mile from me. The director, the guy that introduced us. And he said, "I'm going to introduce Steve to Joe and see what happens. See what's going on there." And that's kind of how it all started. Yeah.
Well, what happened is what happens in a relationship.
Yeah, he was right.
That's amazing.
You're looking for love in all the wrong place. Yeah. I didn't know. In an edit bay. Steve said that I was so busy though working that I really didn't. I didn't really pay attention to anything. I was into my work, and but we met out a couple of times, out in public, and I remembered him, and we talked, and so yeah, there it goes. 25, 20. It'll be 26 years. February 14th.
Congratulations!
Yeah. Thank you.
Amazing.
A few days before my birthday.
That's so sweet. It's Valentine's Day, Neal.
Yeah, Valentine's Day.
I know. But anyway, Spencer says he's off to bed. It's 1:00 there. He's over in England, so. But he's really enjoyed your stories. Hope it's a great new year for you all, and may the force be with you in 2024. Love to you.
Good night.
Yeah. Good night, Spencer.
Pleasant nightmares. Right. Pleasant nightmares.
There was someone had a question here. Billy wants to know: was it a stone of fiberglass mold?
It was a stone mold. I made a plaster mold. I'm sure I have it here somewhere, a picture of the mold. But if you construct it well enough, it doesn't have to be a thick mold. You can make a very thin, light hydrocal mold, and I reinforce it with wood. Actually, I use 2x4s around it when I'm doing the plaster mold, so you don't have to use a whole bunch of plaster. It doesn't have to be heavy. And when hydrocal, when certain plasters, when they dry, they're actually very light. They're they're light and powdery. They can become powdery. Plaster of Paris is actually very light plaster, but hydrocal is somewhere between like a cement and a plaster. And when it dries, all the moisture evaporates out of it. It's kind of a light mold. Yeah. So.
Kate says that was, I believe she's talking about the movie you just mentioned. What was the film? Whoa, no. Oh, no, that was the film that made me want to make horror films. I still have the DVD. The Chupacabra one, I believe.
Oh, really?
Nice.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You know, we shot the movie Legends of the Chupacabra on my father's goat ranch in Helotes, Texas, and we had like a herd of goats and a big goat pen, and I grew up on 55 acres of property. And we had like a dump on the property where, you know, I mean, this is South Texas. People eat cabrito, which is a Mexican, you know, version of cooking a goat, you know, delicacy. So there were like, you know, we had like bones and ribs and all kinds of animal parts, you know, bleached in the sun. And so there was plenty of material there, you know, to make the film. And yeah. So we even like a fake science lab where they bring in the carcass of the chupacabra at the end of the film, and they autopsy it to find out, like, you know, like we look at the tongue and, you know, see, like, because it sucks the blood out of the animal. And I made a a la Herschel Gordon Lewis, and use an actual cow tongue and hollowed it out so that way, you know, it's very grotesque. If you don't like grotesque, it's extremely great. And if you know my work, I kind of like try to go towards more realism. So I try to make it real. And it's pretty gory. It's pretty gross.
Billy says, I love your Chupacabra design. Definitely a fun film.
Thank you.
I'm not sure who asked this, but synthetic fur or not?
Oh, definitely synthetic. Well, these days, synthetic. Yeah, absolutely synthetic fur. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't use any animal parts in any of my work. I won't even use a real animal bone on camera anymore. Everything has to be sculpted and fabricated. I don't, you know, guts. I don't use real animal guts. I don't use anything like that. Everything has to be made. Yeah.
When did that transition happen for you?
In 2007, right after I worked with Herschel. When I came back and looked at the footage, and I looked at what we had done, even though he had done it a long time before, I realized that there was no entertainment value in it being an actual animal.
Oh, okay.
Like there was no, it's not entertaining. There's no entertainment in
There's
seeing
no
it.
magic there.
No, none at all. And I realized there's no reason to do it that way. Yeah. And also, it's bad juju too. I believe it's actual bad juju.
Dave Deadman said, I saw the video of the face being filleted on your Instagram. That was amazing.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
And he wanted to know if it was from a movie or is it a demo?
It is from a movie. It's from a movie titled Country Club. It's a first-time director directed it, and I believe if you contact him, you might be able to, or look him up, look up Country Club. You might be able to get a copy of it. I'm not sure. To be honest with you, I don't even have a copy of the film. But what I did was I did some digital effects work for the film as well as the practical. So I got like the footage to work with, and that's why I have that isolated shot. And
I should mention, by the way, for people listening, let's talk about End Zone 2 and Once a Future Smash. We have the Kickstarter going now. It's YouTube. I mean, withoutyourhead.com/touchdown. That's a good link. It'll be an easy link to go there. And you can get the 2-disc Blu-ray. And if you get that, if you get it on the Kickstarter, it'll come with a special a sleeve that will not come with it afterward.
Oh, awesome.
Nice.
VHS.
Yeah, and there's a limited VHS, which Dave Deadman, he got himself one of those, so that's very cool.
I'm going to be getting the VHS myself.
I still have the mold of the mask. The mold. I have the plaster mold, so we, you know.
Oh, sweet.
If y'all are interested in doing any special runs of the mask,
I actually even looked into some. I even looked into making to see if there's any places where you can make like the old school.
The vacuum form. That's a vacuum form mask. Yeah.
Because that's fun. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be fun too. That would be fun too. Yeah, the things that would be hard to reproduce on the mask would be the teeth, because that was a one-time thing that it's not easily reproduced. But.
I love this.
Who has that? Michael and Sophia, they have the mask.
Oh yeah.
They got the mascot.
Yeah. I've got a few. They let me keep some of the trophies. So
Okay.
but
Yeah.
they're supposedly sending me one from Buffalo, but I don't see it yet. I snagged that one. Yeah, the VHS. That's from Dave Deadman. Okay, did mention that the Chupacabra movie. It was all over the rental stores in Australia and kicked off my trauma collection.
Wow. See, that really that totally makes my day. You know. Yeah, that totally made my day. That was my second.
There's people all over listening here. Australia, Canada.
I know.
Yeah. England.
You know who brought it? Joe.
Aww.
Joe.
Yep, exactly.
All of that. Yes.
Like the world gets together to check out Joe. I like
yes.
this.
It's very, very sweet. Y'all are very sweet, kind people.
Yeah. Well, some of these people haven't been in the audience before, and here they are asking questions, so they're here for Joe.
Yep. We like a little interaction. Always nice.
This is Billy Coyne. Joe, love the quadrilogy. What inspired to make a box set?
Well, that's a great question. Hi, Billy. How's it going? Billy's also a fellow special effects connoisseur, artist connoisseur, right? My husband and I really are very passionate about Terratoons. Terratoons is it's kind of like cartoons are a venue for people to truly express themselves. I think it's like it's like you can switch genders and you can do all kinds of stuff, and it gives you so much creative freedom, when you make a cartoon, right? And if you go back and watch the old Warner Brothers cartoons, Bugs Bunny is he's so gay, right? And he's always flirting with Elmer Fudd and the one with the what's his name?
Yosemite
Sam. He's always picking on the straight boys, right? Dressing up in drag, kissing them, and so in the original Terratoons, if you've never seen it, there's everything seems very normal, except the mother of this family is a transgendered woman, or is a female impersonator, and no one says anything about it. She's just it's just the way it is. It's like Divine in polyester. And so the quadrilogy was because I try not to make the same movie twice, and all 4 films are very different. They're like a little different audience for each one, even though they kind of are all in the same crazy tone. So I wanted to put them all together so everybody could get the best of everything. There's something for everybody in that set. There's something that will make someone pee their pants, or be so grossed out they'll never want to watch one of my movies again. It's one or the other. And
something that should be on it is so good. One of them will make you pee your pants.
Yeah, I like that. That's your new catchphrase now. I like that.
There's 2 things about part 2 that I like the best. There's this they're throwing a birthday party for a little girl, and her grandmother comes over and is being pushed in a wheelchair into the house for the birthday party. And the grandmother says to the grandfather, "I hope she doesn't have that shitty tuna for eats this." I don't know just where it came, but she was so cocky. The actress that threw that line out, this grandma being rolled up in a wheelchair, she doesn't serve that shitty tuna. Anyways, there's that, and there's a scene where someone gets a hypodermic needle shot in his butt, but it's like a giant hypodermic needle, and we actually show it go in his butt cheek, and they grind it around, and it's like the most painful thing you've ever seen in your life. You're like, oh. Yeah.
Where can people get the Terratoons quadrilogy?
You get the Terratoons quadrilogy at terratoons.tv. In fact, I think Steve is running a special right now. You buy the quadrilogy and you get the lunchbox for free.
Oh,
you get the lunchbox for free, right?
Very cool.
Oh, he's gonna put it up. Yeah, that's the month of January. He's gonna put it up.
Lunchbox, Mark. I'll be all over that.
Yeah, it's the lunchbox with the it's a Valentine's special. He said,
nice.
Buy it for your loved one. Yeah. And it has the lenticular artwork on the lunchbox. Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's very sweet.
Yeah.
Why did you decide to do the lunchbox?
That's all Steve's idea. We wanted some neat way to package it. We actually made the box that the 4 movies come in. We had that designed and created by someone here in LA. And then we just wanted to serve it in something special, something a little different than people normally get from with a box set. And the lunchbox seemed like a safe way to keep the films and just kind of like, people like I have all kinds of weird stuff on my desk. I don't know about you, but like, I have this little like chicken, a wind up chicken. This is actually in the film, and it lays eggs. It lays eggs that make these killer chickens in the movie. I have that scene right here. I also have this. I have this great little this little piece of art. You can't really see it. It's this skull that has like this skin.
Oh, wow.
This weird skin on it. See how the skin is on it? And it's so inspiring. I got it off this girl at a convention. I don't know. It inspires me. Yeah, it's kind of creepy.
It. Yeah, I love it.
And then of course I have this thing here, which is one of my. It's great because it shows beautiful male or just human anatomy.
Yeah.
And if you have something like that next to you, like all the time, you will intuitively know how to sculpt this. You will intuitively know how to create this or draw it, because you will remember seeing it. It'll be in your mind all the time. So it's just sitting right. It's just sitting right there. Of course,
what is that? If someone was to go buy that, what is the figure?
I don't know what that thing is. When I was studying with Brian Wade, who is a famous Hollywood sculptor, he's done so many movies. Worked on John Carpenter's remake of The Thing, which is one of my all-time favorite movies. But he introduced me to this kind of idea and thinking about sculpture and about art. Like having this here, and of course I got my little Smash Mouth pins here.
Nice.
Oh, that's right. And having all that stuff here really keeps your mind going. I got some eyeballs here. And this is my favorite prosthetic glue I have here. This is $140 for this bottle. So when people when you're asking your special effects artist to work for a nickel, just know that this is $140. And if you keep it open, it evaporates and dries up like that, because that's how fast the glue dries. So I keep it here on my desk, and I only serve little bits of it and take it to set because it's so expensive.
Why is that your favorite glue? What does it do that other glues can't do?
Oh, well, it's the industry standard, and it works perfectly. It works perfectly. When you apply it, it takes less than like 5 seconds to work.
Wow.
So you really got to put something down where it's got to be.
Yeah. And also, it's like it doesn't come off with water. You can't sweat this off.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
You can wear that in a pool or something like that.
Wow.
I have a little vial of this is the stuff you put in your mouth to make your mouth black. Got that on my desk there. Yeah. This sculpting tool right here. Let me see. I keep this as a reminder. This little sculpting. I jammed this thing in my hand by accident. It went all the way to the base of that. It went all the way to there. It went like that, and there used to be a little ball at the tip of it.
Now it's in your palm somewhere.
I think it made something in my palm for some reason. There used to be a little ball there. Anyways. I'm not kidding at all. And of course, this is my favorite. This is thermoplastic. This is how I made the jaw out of those bees.
Cool.
Wow.
Some thermoplastic.
Wow.
Huh. Use that in factories?
Yeah. So, my whole desk is.
You need inspiration everywhere. I like that.
Yeah.
Maybe I need to change. I've got a lot of crap all over the place, like decorative crap, but maybe I need to think about choose more wisely about what I put around me.
What you have around you is what you will, be involved in, what you will see and reproduce, and
Can you see positive potato?
Oh, see, maybe I need one of those on my desk.
There you go. That's pretty positive.
Yeah,
Like
got that.
I have
saw
a utility blade.
When we were out in Hollywood for Psycho Wave 2.
Yep.
Guy had on his desk.
So I got one for Annabelle for Christmas. I thought they were very cute.
Yeah.
Yes.
Positive potato. Yeah, I have like that. I have that meme, right? The little zing that he does. Have you seen that one?
No.
I'll have to send it to you. It's the potato, and it's going. sending you positive vibes, and it's going zing zang zing
Oh,
zing
that's
zing.
great.
The little
Yeah.
saying, the
I'll
little
send it to
saying's
you.
cute. What is this? Like I'm just a little potato, but
Be a tiny potato, but I believe in you. Go do your thing. It's very cute.
yeah. This is a very strange comment, but baby snake master 420. I broke my jaw when they took the screws out, the heads of the screws stripped out the drill was
Ugh.
reverberating in my brain. Damn.
Ooh.
Ouch.
That's
Ouch.
the real life
Ouch
Smash
is
Mouth.
right.
Oh,
Oh
wow.
my gosh.
Oh.
Yeah.
I hope you're all right, Bruce.
Oh my goodness.
Billy says it's amazing how much materials have increased in price.
Yes. They used
Oh,
to be able to get like a small pint of this for $25.
Wow.
That was 1989.
Now, do you think that the value of material, that the actual components cost more money for the factory, or they just know they've got you
Yeah.
and they can charge you what they want?
Probably both of those. Probably both of them. You know, because silicone is a petroleum-based product. Anything that has petroleum in it is going to go up in price. And that's gasoline goes up, and all this stuff goes up, right? Anything that revolves around that will go up. But ultimately, the only people that use this are special effects artists, and it's also a medical grade prosthetic adhesive, and they probably
Like if you
use
got
it for
ear issue.
Mm-hmm,
gotta do that
Have you ever seen that episode of you watch that show How It's Made? You watch How It's Made?
Oh, that's a great show.
I know, I love that show. There's that one of the episodes is this doctor making a prosthetic ear for someone who lost their ear, and they actually like embed like a magnet underneath the person's skin.
Ooh.
And then they have a magnet in the prosthetic ear, and he just goes like that. But
that makes sense. I would have never thought of something like that.
Yeah.
It was very sad. My driver's ed teacher, he had a prosthetic ear, and from actually military stuff, which is sad. But kids would joke about how if on a hot day, you could see it start to slide down the side.
Well, this is probably before they did the magnet thing.
That was long before they did the magnet thing, I'm sure.
Yeah, have you heard of that? How they use the magnets for eyelash?
Eyelashes
now.
That's crazy. Yeah. So I don't even know. What do you do? Like you put on like a strip? Like is that? I don't even know.
They have like some sort of magnet. I don't know.
Like
but women have magnets on their eyelids already. And then they take the eyelashes that are magnets and they magnet them to their eyes. They don't have to glue, and they know exactly where they are. I know, it's insane. It's insane.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wouldn't it be like kind of bad to put like a magnetic strip
right
to
over your eyeball?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be like standing and like out like underneath like the electrical wires or something? You know?
It's just anything under your eyelid, like
get like some
astigmatism or something. That's like
it could be a fun party trick. Putting things.
Yeah. Oh, it's true. Yeah. Easy, but it would be easy to put like giant eyelashes on and this kind of stuff.
Yeah, I guess you'd freak some people out with that.
It's something I will not be bringing into my own life.
No.
I know. Like, I need less and
nails
less
for eyelashes. Something.
Troy, don't you feel like the older we get, the less we really actually need?
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Yeah, I need very little. Something cozy.
Funny.
Go ahead.
We were just thinking that with the 3D talk from earlier, and I don't know if Neal and Annabelle, you might need to be a child of the 70s, but Dynamite magazine, when I was back in elementary school, Neal Adams, the cartoonist, he did a series of 4 Universal monsters, and they were 3D posters, and they were badass.
I remember
totally
that.
Yeah. Yep. I had them on my wall for years, and like they were just the greatest. You had the old school 3D glasses. You look at them. Ooh.
Yeah. No, absolutely. There was a magazine that I used to read. In fact, I have now that I've grown up, I bought the collection, online, but it was called Twisted Tales and was written by Bruce Jones, and
Oh,
Bernie
yeah.
Wrightson used to draw
Oh,
Yep.
art,
good.
and they
Yep.
did an issue that was 3D, and they came with the 3D glasses.
I remember that one. Yep.
Remember that
Yep.
one?
Wow. I love them.
Yep. That one was tremendous. I think there's a Rich Corbin
Richard Corbin,
thing
yeah,
in that. Yeah.
yeah.
Yep.
Mhm.
Another
Th-
one of my heroes just
th-
gigging enough.
This is just sitting on my desk. You know what that is?
No.
That's a piece of gelatin that you can put in a coffee cup and melt in a microwave and make burned skin out of like that.
Oh wow. I was thinking it kind
Ooh.
of looks like some kind of cellulite.
Yeah, yeah. Just put a little water-based tint in it, and
Huh.
you got you
Oh,
put some
that could
makeup
be
in
all
it.
kinds of good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have a fun world.
Oh, yeah.
I'm very grateful and humbled and I feel very blessed. I've been able to do this for 40 years now, and I mean, I've been kind of carried. If I can look back at all the terrible decisions I've made in my life, right? We've all made terrible decisions at some point in time.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I should even be here right now, and to be able to be here with you three and have the life that I have is I feel very, very blessed.
Well, we want people to check out End Zone 2 when they're able to, so you can check down the Kickstarter. And the actual release will probably
This
be,
is
I think, sometime in May.
My latest inspirational thing.
Oh, what is that?
Oh, is this like a did you do a paint of this?
Yeah, I painted this guy up yesterday. He's from one of my fantasy football teams. He's a great unclean one.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks like a sort of evil ghost, like we say, evil
Yeah.
ghost spirit thing. It's like he's wearing some sort of like speedo looking bathing suit thing.
Yeah,
right?
he does. He does. I
that
got like the
Warhammer
whole
figure?
team of these guys, so I've been painting them up. So once they're all finished, I'll put them up somewhere.
All right.
Is that a Warhammer figure?
Yeah, well, it's Blood Bowl, so it's like football with just fantasy guys.
Joe, if we ever do a show, not to put you on the spot, but to put you on the spot, you could say no. If we ever do a show to talk about spooky story stuff,
Ooh.
like
Yeah.
real spooky, because you've said a couple things, I'm like, oh, Joe knows some things.
Spooky
Talking
stuff.
about juju and stuff. I'm like,
I've seen some horrific things.
horrific things. That sounds sad.
Yeah, I've seen some horrific things.
Wow.
And
Well,
spooky, but I mean, some people might consider it spooky. I don't really consider like the ghost stuff I have,
Mhm.
like the two dogs I have right now. I like actually believe that they are two of my childhood pets that got killed on this country highway. They literally have like come back and are like the spirits in these two animals. And so, and only because I believe that if you are buried into the ground, like also not embalmed, but you should just be buried. Like we shouldn't have to put chemicals in our body to be put into the ground.
Yeah.
Just buried into the ground, that your energy will then come back another way. It'll be like, I don't want to be cremated. I don't want to be embalmed. I don't want nothing like that. And when I buried the animals, this is like I was like 10 years old. I pulled them off the country highway, dead, and buried them on our property. That they literally came back and are in these two dogs right here that I have here.
I like
Yeah.
that.
yeah.
Because I'll be like, they have the same exact markings.
wow.
And I'll like Jimmy is one of them, and I'll whisper in his ear. I'll say, "Did you come back through space and time to play with me?" And he will turn and look at me with these big eyes, and he'll be like, "Wink, wink." He'll like wink a couple times. I'm like, "You did, yeah, I did." Like they were like waiting, you know what I mean? Like because the ghost didn't leave, the spirit didn't leave. He kind of like wandered the earth until he found his moment to sneak into that animal, and it was and come, yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah.
Let's see. Can I participate in the crazy experience one? I've seen things normal and paranormal. We'll see about this.
Once upon a time when we were doing theme shows and talking about stuff, we never did the ghost paranormal show.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that in the future.
Love to have that.
So, I have probably lots of things because when we started, you were telling me about all these things. What are you currently working on?
Currently, I'm working on. I'm doing the visual effects for a movie directed by Chad Farron. It's called Unspeakable Beyond the Wall of Sleep, and it's the sequel to a movie that I don't know if it's a direct sequel, but it's a H.P. Lovecraft inspired tale. So it's cosmic horror, which is, you know, it's kind of like what I'm talking about, going through space and time to, you know, like I think everything supernatural can be explained with science. Even though we consider supernatural is the unexplained, but even the unexplained can be explained through science. Like I believe witchcraft can be explained through science. There are certain things you can do if you do this process. It's like science. You do the science and then you get the result, whether it be saying prayers or putting this together or whatever it is, not embalming the body and not burning it and burying it so that way the energy is still there. That's science to me, even though some people would consider it supernatural. And wait, what was the original question?
Oh, what are you working on now? That name's kind of familiar. I looked it up. Chad's been on the show a few years ago talking about his movie.
Chad Farron is one of my favorite people to work with and create with. And he's like one of these directors that knows how to shoot stuff, and he exploits everything I make for him. And cosmic horror is kind of like space and blood, you know, space and horror, but also like beautiful visuals. Like, you know, when some, you know, maybe if there's a creature, there's like, you know, shards of light coming out of their eyes and this kind of stuff, and stars and, you know, sparkly stuff along with it. And so I'm doing the VFX on Beyond the Wall of Sleep right now, and I was given the opportunity to build all the creatures for the film as well. And then I'm in pre-production for Infernal, which is going to be directed by Eric Mathis in Vegas, and it's just all demons and devils and crazy pig demons and scorpion men and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Sounds right at my alley.
Yep. You have us on both of those.
And then there's two other projects I'm on that I cannot talk about, which I'm dying to talk about, but I can't talk about. And of course, hopefully this year, Mutilator 2 will come out, and I'll be able to come on the show and give you all I have like this huge collection of behind the scenes photos of all of the special effects from that film. The reviews of the film are basically the kills are amazing, you know, or the kills are, you know, are cool. So I'm hoping that everything that I've done makes it into the final cut. I was at the premiere of it when they had it in Vegas. I think they were still kind of like working on some stuff though, sound, a little bit of the editing, this kind of thing. So maybe they'll, you know, who knows what it will end up once it gets to a distributor or once they release it. You know, things change all the time, you know. You show a movie and then you watch it a couple of times with an audience, and then you realize maybe I could trim this, or maybe I need to add this back, or this kind of thing. So more will be revealed, right? And,
yes.
More will be revealed. So and then so there's a couple of more things on my plate that aren't super solidified, and I'm kind of one of these people that I don't want to talk about it till it's a done deal, you know, kind of thing. You know, I'm just that's just me. And so
you're going to be on the panel of supernatural people. You're going to have like celebrity supernatural panel, and people will come in and discuss their beliefs. You might not want to be a part of that. I can host it. Neal's going to be like Mr. Non-Believer.
It's okay to be a non-believer, but he can't deny the fact that we believe.
That's very true.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't know. She's putting words in my mouth.
And then because there are situations, there are things that happen that you will not be able to explain away with. That can only be a fairy tale. And so I mean, there's all kinds of stuff. I don't even want to get into it, but like I can prove that there is magic and science mixed together. I've actually lived it. I'm living proof of it, and I've experienced it. I've seen it in other people's lives. So yeah, no, I know it's all interconnected. You know, the unexplained in science is basically, it can all be explained. Yeah.
I want this conversation. I understand this might not be the moment, but I would love this conversation.
We will have Joe back anytime. We love having Joe on. Yes.
Well, it's my honor to be here with you three. Yeah.
He's one of our people, so he's always welcome back. He knows that.
Thank you. Yeah. So go ahead.
Go on.
Oh no, I was saying then my big personal project for the year is hopefully getting the brand new version of the Summer of Massacre completed this year.
Oh,
something we've already begun. Summer of Massacre is our Guinness Book of World Record movie for the highest body count in a slasher movie. It's already been. We've already set the record. We have the record right now. We've had it for the past decade, and but we're going to beat our record this year.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So. Amazing. That's awesome.
I've been wanting to do it for a while, so we're making it happen. I'll get it. I'm gonna get everybody involved. I need a lot of bodies. So everybody's gonna be involved. Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't think you have to ask us twice. So.
No.
Die on camera.
All right. Well, we will talk to you soon, Joe. This has been great.
Thank you for having me on
so
again.
much.
It's wonderful. Yeah.
Send the potato.
I'm gonna send you the potato. I'm gonna send you the potato meme. The zing zing. Yeah.
Nice.
Cool.
All right.
All right, Joe. Thanks again.
Absolutely. Well, listen, y'all have a beautiful rest of your Thursday evening, and if you are coming out this way, please let me know in advance so we can all get together. And I look forward to working and creating with you more on set soon.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
All right.
Take care.
Bye, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye. All right. We're staying here, guys. So we have another guest coming up in a little bit here. I'm going to play the End Zone 2 trailer for folks who have not seen it. And we're going to come back. About 2 minutes. I could play another trailer after that as well.
It's a great idea.
We're gonna have Christian Calloway on at 9 our time, who is from Destroy All Neighbors. That'll be very fun to talk with him. I also recorded an interview. I'm not sure if I'm gonna play tonight or put it up myself. I don't know, but I recorded an interview with Jonah Ray, the Josh, the director, and Alex Winter. Amazing. This movie is amazing. It's
amazing.
As I told them, it's my favorite movie of 2024. I realized we were only 11 days in, but it's great. So
that's okay though.
Yeah. So I'm going to play End Zone 2 so you guys can see what that's about. And then I'll actually going to play the trailer for Destroy All Neighbors. And then we will be right back.
Sounds like a brand. Oh, sweet.
Oh, sweet.
That's one of the other guys.
It's very cool.
So that was how I adjusted the color scheme. So now I know.
Excellent. It's a good scheme.
I got a sleeping cat on me, so I can't go anywhere anyway.
All right. We'll be right back. I'm going to go grab a drink, and we shall
grab me one too.
I will.
All right.
Should we take us off here?
Yes.
There we go.
Okay.
All right. We'll be right back.
In 1955, the George Donner High School football team lost the big game. They beat freshman Jimmy Smaz Moss. It was hardly recognizable.
You people broke his goddamn jaw. Can't even eat like a regular person.
But Jimmy recovered. Jimmy Smaz Moss became Smash Mouth and got his revenge.
Did they ever find Jimmy?
Who, Smash Mouth? He died in the fire.
I heard they never found his body.
Now, 15 years later,
It's really nice to be here with you, Nancy. We missed you.
We should just have some fun. We deserve it. I've been coming out here for years. I've never seen that before.
What in tarnation?
Do you guys remember AJ? Him and Jimmy were always hanging out together, right?
Jimmy was like my brother. I kept him safe.
Smash Mouth is back.
Do you still have a thing for him?
Jimmy, it's me. It's me, Nancy.
This time, the cheerleaders who stopped him
I still remember the knife going into her.
will face their greatest fears.
You will know pain and suffering and blood.
Don't close your eyes. Don't cover your ears. And whatever you do, don't open your mouth. In Zone 2, get smashed.
Just give me a second. I'm grabbing the other trailer here. It's a very smooth operation here without your head. All right, here we go.
Hey, how's that band going?
It's mainly me these days. I just want to finish my album.
You have been trying to finish this album for 3 years.
1, 2, 3! What is this? It's a progressive form of prog. I've been calling it prog squared.
The only way I listen to your music is if you tied me up at gunpoint and you forced me to.
And don't play it here again or you're fired.
What's going on?
I think we have a new neighbor.
What is up with this guy?
I think we're living next to some kind of maniac.
I am now living your head rent-free. Blood's just driving me crazy. Oh, you're headed into chaos.
What?
Blood will be spilt. You gotta stand on your own 2 feet and say, "Get out of my kitchen, cause I'm cooking."
William, use your demons. Don't let them use you.
So you've killed somebody. Relax. Just need to know how to get rid of a body. Hello, Willie.
I'm not a mass murderer. I'm a mass manslaughterer.
It's time to make a hit record.
I'm alive.
Shut up! You didn't hear that, did you?
You yelling shut up at nobody? Yeah, I heard it was very loud.
That is not what rock and roll is all about. What's wrong? You're a loser and you're gonna die a loser.
Now that was rock and roll.
Stop. Just be cool. And don't murder anyone else.
Imagination, short films full of dark creations, sights and sounds from the underground. 7 lands is your destination. If you crave tales and dreams, originate outside the mainstream. Sights and sounds from the underground. 7 lands is your destination. 7 lands is your destination. 7 lands is your destination. With Nancy Neal. 7 lands is your destination.
Hi, this is Doug Paddy, Pinhead from the Hellraiser movies, and you are listening to Without Your Head. And you better keep listening to Without Your Head, or you will not only be without your head, you will be without your soul, because I will tear it apart.
this is Adrienne Barbeau. Just call me Billy. Everyone does. And you're listening to withoutyourhead.com.
Boom. All right. Yeah, I played. All right. Well, Annabelle will be here momentarily, but yeah.
You're gonna hear me
Okay.
chew. You're not gonna see me.
That's
Well,
all right. I played a few. I ran out of stuff to play. I had some longer things, but
no, this is totally fine.
yeah,
Yeah, some of those I hadn't seen before. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I need some more little thingamajigs to play in between the show.
Definitely.
I have another trailer. In fact, it's only a minute 40 seconds when we play it. It's a Deadly Display, and this one we're going to be playing on Without Your Head in a couple weeks later this month, maybe even February. But it'll be coming soon. It's going to be screening on here on Without Your Head. By our friends of Trash Arts.
Mm-hmm. What's it?
Hi, Dad.
Hey, Tess. Listen, I've got a favour to ask you. Would you mind staying on at the club a little bit longer? I've got someone who's interested in buying the club. He said he's going to drop down there around 1:30. So if you could show him around, keep him happy until I get there. His name's Edward.
Tess, if we're going to make this whole band thing work, you've got to accept things how they are.
Hiya, are you Edward?
Excuse me?
You here to see the place?
Oh, yes. Wow. This place has changed. Tess, are we alone here? I saw someone in your kitchen. If you only knew the lengths you went to destroy me.
You don't get 8 years for stealing a chocolate bar, do you, Tess?
How many lost souls does it take to create a star, Tess?
Cut! And back. Clap!
And down.
You can take off, they say, the eyes are the windows to the soul. Is this the key to unlock yours?
Wow, that looks great.
Yeah.
Annabella Rich, who did a review for us over in England for a movie. It's very cool.
Yeah, it's very cool. I don't know why I didn't put the face to the name, because I remember seeing her in another film during one of the festivals.
Yeah, she's been doing really well. We've had her on the show a few times during the Q&As, but we're gonna do an actual interview with her coming up.
Nice.
Which I don't think she's done before, she said. So she's a little nervous about it, but I said, well, it'll be fun. She'll have a good time.
Yeah.
So yeah, Troy, I think you're gonna love.
You will. There's no way.
I can't wait to see it.
Oh, Neighbors. Oh my God.
Neal mentioned Monty. No, did you mention Monty Python?
Yeah.
Just the trailer alone was enough.
It's like Monty Python. It's like a cartoon, like Bugs Bunny, which is funny that Joe brought that up. It's like Looney Tunes, Monty Python, Dead Alive. If you like all that stuff,
Love it all.
it's wonderful. It's wonderful, and I really like the music. So I was like, "Oh my God, I didn't know this music had a name, and now I know what it is."
Yeah, prog rock.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, this movie's just one of the most fun movies. It's nonstop. Just it ramps up it starts off, it's super weird, and things get even weirder. Then the big, the endings just insane. And every single character in the movie. I know I've been yelled at before. You can't say small character, but even characters that are only in it for a scene or so. Everyone's very memorable.
Okay.
It's just a really wonderful movie. I love it. And it's crazy, lots of wacky gore, but it's not a feel bad movie in any way. It's just a fun time. And I think it's ripe for a sequel or even a series or something. I would like to see more in this world.
It was weird because there was one of the guys that comes in early as one of the main characters.
Mm-hmm.
He's very mysterious. He has a quite obviously not real accent.
Uh,
And he's clearly got prosthetics on. I'm like, all right, how's this character going to develop? And the character develops, but it has nothing to do with any of those things.
no.
It has nothing to do with the prosthetics. It has nothing to do with his voice. Well, slightly his voice.
Yeah.
I thought that was a very different character.
Yeah, and that's Alex Winter from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Really?
Yeah. He's super cool. Jonah Ray's the main guy who's from Mystery Science Theater 3000. He's also in Satanic Hispanics, and he's in Suitable Flesh. So he's like got a lot of
wow,
a lot of cool
This
stuff.
could be his time, boom.
Yeah, and he was a big fan of this painting up here.
Wait, what's his name? Because I want to look him up for Suitable Flesh.
Jonah Ray. Jonah Ray Rodriguez sometimes, but I think on IMDb, Jonah Ray.
Well, we shall see. Jonah Ray.
Very cool.
I watched our top 13. That was really cool.
Yeah, that was a fun show.
Yeah.
It was a 4-hour.
Oh, yeah, you guys just went on and on. That was good. I liked it a lot.
It was very fun. It was very fun. I'm really glad that Alok was there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like, I don't know about this. Who's this man I met once? But he is great.
Yeah. Puppy Sleuth says Neal and Troy should dye their beards red.
I'm going to go back with the purple pink, I think, next time.
Red like
red velvet.
Like bright, like an unnatural red, or like
not a red found in nature, I hope.
Yeah, this is my natural beard color currently. I haven't used anything for months.
It's easier, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. I think looks all right.
Oh, looks cool. Touch of gray is nice with that.
Yeah, like a red velvet cake.
That's
Puppy
it.
Sleuth's just getting hungry, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Red velvet cake beard. Is that a pirate?
Was that the pirate name?
I don't think so. It was
I
red
hope
beard.
so. I could be a character in Our Flag Means Death, maybe.
That's true. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
The other day in the middle of the night, I just did a impromptu video just to announce all the films so far in Severed Limbs Film Festival. There's only 2 days left to submit your films for free, or so short films under 20 minutes, under 10 minutes preferably, and also your trailers. So I get those in. And I think we are joined here. Boom! He is here. Hello.
What is?
Welcome.
Hey, guys.
Hey, how's it going, sir?
Should we do
we got to move that Destroy All Neighbors. It's blocking out his name.
All right, let's we'll move this around here.
Yeah.
I'm Nasty Neal here at the station of decapitation without your head.
Who's this guy?
I remain Terrible Troy.
Hello, Terrible Troy. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, thank you.
And this is Annabelle Lecter. Hello, Christian.
There we go. I'm trying to read the words on the screen. How do I make this bigger so I can see it?
Oh, there is, if you hover down over by Troy, there will be a little square, and you can click that, and it should go full screen.
Bang. Okay. I can see
right.
that. Hey.
And we're joined by Christian Calloway. We were just talking about your movie, Destroy All Neighbors, where we loved it.
So fun.
Yeah.
Isn't it a fun film?
Hilarious.
What's come out like that? I mean, recently, nothing I can think of, that did the practical illusions, the effects, just everything that we missed from the 70s and 80s campy horror films,
Yes.
It was
and
great
smart.
to see.
Campy and still smart. It was a very clever movie.
Yeah, I became good friends with Charles Piper, the writer.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you've ever seen a picture of him. He looks like a writer. He looks like a brilliant man who could probably only write. And
I'm finding this now.
sitting there.
Now we're gonna dig him up.
You should. Yeah, great character. You can see though just the way he flows in his sentences, the way he looks across the room when a friend comes by, that the man's creative juices are always going. He's ready for the right thing to say. And the word is smart. He's smart with that kind of stuff, you know, and it's so natural. I love that man.
So you knew him before doing the movie?
No.
Oh, you met him.
I leech on to anybody I can when it comes to it. And to tell you the honest truth, I couldn't leech on to Alex. Josh wouldn't return my calls. The producer kind of kept me in the shadows. And so I go down the list. I go, talk to the writer, I guess. And that worked. You know, I was able to go to his birthday party and a few other things and just get to know him a little bit. He was a puppeteer for a long time.
Really?
And,
cool.
He gives me the Pee Wee Herman vibe big time, you know.
I'm a fan, so.
Yeah, and that puppetry stuff, because totally Pee Wee was about puppetry so much.
Really?
And seeing this guy come out with a film that features so much puppetry and effects, it was just an amazing film.
Yeah, it's incredibly fun. So how did you get the role?
Your basic auditions, you know, but it takes a lot. It takes a lot to be the best in the room. And I don't think people really realize that. You know, they just go, oh, an actor goes and gets some auditions and he gets the job. Well, that lady went out to the beginning, maybe upwards to 5,000 people may have gotten an audition notice. Drop that down to 500, drop that down to 50, drop that down to 5, drop to 3 out of all those people. To be top 3 is a success, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And then to book on top of that, that's just the cherry on it. But an actor who pursues acting pretty much full time will get a lot of jobs. Most of them don't really mean anything. They don't really go anywhere. You know, 450 people on YouTube see it. Or it's a pilot that never gets picked up. Your resume grows and grows, and you start putting on small little almost background roles to make yourself look a little bit better in the eyes of casting, and you try to grow and grow and grow. And then to land something so significant of this it's the reward for all of that stuff that didn't matter, the stuff that didn't do any good, except teach you how to behave on set, how to get your lines out the first time. How, if you're working with a pro like Alex, you don't slow him down. The man's in prosthetics. He needs to get this job done.
Yeah.
And I would watch somebody, not saying anything against any of the people there, because it really wasn't their fault. There was a lot to deal with. But any form of delay in a movie like this, when you got all that prosthetic stuff on, can change your attitude. It can change your performance. And especially with Alex, being the pro he is, you really got to come in with the mindset of don't screw that guy up, because he's our bread and butter. He's the key that everything is going to be coming from, which made us all perform at our top notch. You know, I think if anybody else would have been in that role, we all would have just been there doing a movie that probably wouldn't have mattered all that much.
Yeah.
And with him there, we were all pros, and I got to carry him around quite a bit under my arm with his head. And I was careful with him. He was so kind. But the thing is when it was time for us to work, boom, I got my lines out. He got his lines out. Okay, cut. Let's move on. There was no messing around. So I really enjoyed working with him.
Yeah. How about the effects artist, Gabe Bartolos? He's a former guest on the show, and I think his style is very distinctive. Like it has a very cool look. There's a lot of richness to it. But what was he like?
Gabe.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, I think I promised my girlfriend that I wouldn't say this today, because I probably shouldn't say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. Gabe, he's brought a new term to the industry, and that is what's called Gabe hairs. And I'm going to put closer to the camera, and I'm going to show you my Gabe hairs. See that, like right there between my eyes? You see all that hair right there? You can see all that, right? Well, I've been growing that because I play homeless a lot, you know, and it really looks good when you got that much realism going on. I mean, this ugly old guy's got this hair growing out of the center. It's been my bread and butter for years. So Gabe comes waltzing in. Oh, you look perfect. Oh, let me get this right here. Snip, snip. and cut my gay hairs off. 15 years of growth. I'm like, okay. He glued it in. Fortunately, he switched me over to, or unfortunately for Carrie, I should say, he switched me over to a different guy the next day to do all the makeup after he trained him. And he had to hear me complain about my Gabe hairs. And so Gabe doesn't really know yet, until he sees this, that he actually coined a phrase. These are now called Gabe hairs.
Gabe hairs.
That's awesome.
I like that.
Yeah.
Very
But he
good.
was fun to work with. All of them were. And the professionalism comes back in with that again. They got the right people for this, as you can easily see by the end product. And him coming in and teaching the other guy, Kerry Ayers, who's an incredible artist, teaching him how to do it. And then we worked every day together as he would do this. It freed him up to go back on set and do the puppetry and the things that really super looked good. So he delegated the right people for the job, and 110 degrees out there. It was hot. And we got through it all.
I can, and being in prosthetics, going back to there, if it's that hot, we've heard stories about people. It's not
I think Alex is probably burning up big time. I was actually pretty okay because mine was more like a sponge. And
that's right.
It was nice and it was kind of cool in a way because it would cause you to sweat a little bit, and then the cool breeze would come by. And I was like, good. Like with Alex, there was no ventilation. He needed a fan, And his wasn't a mask that peeled over and they glued it on. His was.
It was like parts, right?
Yeah. It was just amazing that he's living under that.
Yeah.
And I worried at first when I was watching this, is he even going to look realistic? Because that makeup was just really something, even before he got his head cut off. It's just like, that's going a little bit far. I don't think anybody actually looks like that in this world. But when you see the film, that's what a big old burly guy from some foreign country like that would look like, And
it is weird, but there is a lot of, of course, the movie is surreal. This is a surreal movie. It's super weird. So I think anything that's even like a little bit off like that, it makes it work. It comes together.
Yeah. And I mentioned before, like every character in the movie, even ones you only see in one scene, like they're all very memorable. So I was really happy because as soon as I saw you in the movie, it's like, oh, I really like this guy. And I was kind of sad, like, oh, maybe that's the only time I see him. And then you pop up a few times and you become a bigger part of the movie, which I was really happy about.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And that's the way I saw it too. And I was hoping I wasn't just going to be that little blurb that I usually am. And I think the film, in a way, for quite a while became like a buddy film. And I was one of the three buddies, and that felt really good to me, as an actor, that here I am in a buddy film with Alex Winter and Jonah Ray, and I'm the buddy. That was just like amazing to me. It felt really good to carry it that far. The scene laying on the ground with our heads up, just talking, felt so comfortable between all of us. It was so fun to do. And I don't know if you, when you watch it again, watch for my prosthetic when I'm there, because I'm really trying to manipulate the prosthetic as I'm talking, so you can kind of see it kind of moving with my facial expression. But it was just rocking fun, the whole thing.
Yeah, and it's not like I like a lot of crazy movies that are maybe feel bad movies, but this isn't that at all. This is like a fun movie, even though there's a lot of gore and people getting killed, but it's like just a fun movie. You can watch it and you're going to have a good time and you're not going to feel bad.
No, I was worried about that too when they kept saying splatter, splatter, splatter. I know there's a lot of people who aren't even going to turn on something that has that much gore and that much blood, but this was a different kind of gore. This was different kind of blood, certainly it was believable, but it's not believable. It's not creeping you out.
Well, before we were talking about, different things it does kind of bring to mind, like Looney Tunes. Looney Tunes is super violent.
Oh, yeah.
But you don't think about it like that. You're just watching and it's fun. And I think this is a really similar thing. You're just watching it and it's fun. And that is it's just silliness. You don't think about horrified about gore. It's just goofy.
Yeah. And then that silliness is the storyline. And I think a lot of reviewers miss that point. They go, it doesn't have a real cohesive storyline. Like, what do you mean? It's just fun. And this happened, and this happened. So what if there wasn't Johnny didn't get the trophy at the high school, so Mama's got to go beat somebody else. There wasn't nothing like that. No drama needed. We just needed this fun.
It was, though. I thought that was a wonderful story. I mean, they've got like this guy wanting to rise to the top, and he's got like the people opposing him and kind of like the villains. And so those reviewers, I say, just don't know what the hell they're talking about at all. These are like
even the
coming
relationship with him and his girlfriend, I think, is well done.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to give away too much of the movie, but
Yeah, and that's why I wonder why these reviewers would say that. And to tell you the truth, if you wanted to see what I'm talking about, just look for any review that was done Tuesday when we had this actual review, or when we had the actual premiere for us, meaning nobody else has seen it or could have reviewed it. So there's only like 3 or 4 reviews that are online. And they kind of touch on that in each one of them. And it just makes scratch my head. It's like, I don't think you guys in particular should be reviewing this type of film then.
Yeah.
Because obviously it was even formulaic in a way, what needs to be there is in this film. And to say it has no storyline, what are you talking about?
Because I watched it before Annabelle, and I was like, Annabelle, you got to watch this movie. Like, I knew she would love it. I loved it right away. And I loved it the whole time. The whole time I'm watching it, I just was completely into it and just had a great time. It's the kind of movie I like. I love the over-the-top stuff. I really like everything about it. All the characters are fun. You're into what they're doing. Even like the where they're living, like, has a lot of like charm and like this, the weird colors and just everything about it. I really like the whole universe that was built here.
Yeah, and they built that set. They put out the word to look for a long corridor with doors. Never could find it, so they just built it inside that studio. And so everything was within 30 feet, each different room we were at. But the art department was incredible. Again, they put the right people in there to make it look like a 70s apartment building with the real grime on the wall, but yet not the grime that's so totally realistic. If you really look at it, you go, wait a minute, I'm watching a movie here, because those colors are just a little too comical, if you will. You know what I mean? And this has that feeling to it. It's well done, presented in all areas. I think that it can become a cult classic, really.
Yeah, I've been telling her it's my favorite movie of 2024. I know we're only 11 days in, but it's my favorite movie so far of 2024.
It'll stay that way for a while. I mean, I was so excited for this film. Of course, because I'm in it, but because I also, after reading the script, doing the table read, it's like, we need to see a film like this. It's another Little Shop of Horrors type of a thing.
Nice.
Yeah. I love that way to see it.
Definitely.
Great.
So
And even the musical part, like, I love that there's actually is something about like what it means to have music, independent music, and the whole like line about how not everybody's going to understand it, but the right people will. I know I didn't nail that, but just those kinds of themes about the independent artist going out there and finding their tribe, as they say.
Yeah, and that's true. And it's like when I review films or think about films, it doesn't matter what the film is. I would never start off by going, I'm not going to like this film. The reason is because somebody woke up in the morning and went, I got to go and do my film today. This is our first day of shooting. He's so excited inside of his heart. Everybody's so excited. They're going to go do a film. That's enough for me to sit down and watch that film.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't need all the hype and publicity. Hey, it's your passion. Let me see what you got. You know?
When I talked to so Josh actually has a background in like music videos and stuff, which is interesting. And I asked him about if we'll ever actually see the album, and I guess we might actually see the album come out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah, we'll definitely see something, I'm sure.
Yeah. So when did you see the finished movie for the first time? Was it at the premiere?
Yeah, they had me come in for some ADR, additional dialogue recording, and I got to see a little bit of my parts. They didn't want to show too much of it, but they just kind of wanted me to get a feel for what even the darkness of the scenes, to make sure that I get the feel of my words that they needed to re-record come out correctly. So we spent an hour, 2 hours doing that, and I got to see some neat stuff, recorded some more stuff. They paid me well for that day too. And then last night I was talking to Josh or the other night when we saw the movie, I was talking to Josh, the director. And I go, I want to thank you for that day of ADR. He goes, oh, yeah. I go, but I noticed you didn't use any of that in the film. Oh, no, certainly we did. Oh, no, actually, you didn't use any of it. I go, I don't know what happened, but you seemed like you used all of the old stuff that we were trying to cover. Oh, no.
Oh, interesting.
But I remember each of the lines because of how much, I guess you would say, method acting I put into it. It left an indelible mark in my brain. So I know that I had said it a certain way, and that's not the way it came on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And you've seen it, so, and I don't want to give too much of it away, but there is a point where I'm rolling down a mountainside. That was a fun one because we recorded a bunch of different versions of it, and the version they used on which then you go, why'd you use that one? But okay. Mm-hmm. But there was things like you know, just all kinds of weird ways that you make noises while you're rolling down a hill. Then we had another line that we recorded, but that I saw this scene too, and that's after I got hit, and that was "fuck you forever." And that needed to match the other actors' "fuck you forever."
Mm-hmm.
But I couldn't match it, and they couldn't get they couldn't show me exactly what he had said. So I don't think they used that one because I couldn't match it either.
Yeah,
it still came out okay. I mean, I hope you all figured out. Well, I can't say that. Who I actually am.
Yeah.
You did figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It was interesting. There's even little things like I actually Googled the guitar, the Megatar, I think it is. I was like, is this a real thing? And it was. And I was like, oh, this is kind of, I didn't know, but that was cool.
That guitar is an amazing guitar. Oh, my goodness. And, I know Jonah was so nervous flinging that thing around stage and just, we were very careful with that thing. It was very, 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 very expensive.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's what they had made sure we understood. It was the most expensive thing in the building at the moment.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. What was Jonah like?
You know, I'd watched, I don't know what movie it was. I'd watched something of his. I even forget what it was about. And I thought he's so mild-mannered. He's so Tom Hankish, you know. And then I watched him in the film. I'm not seeing all of his acting abilities. Watch him in Destroy All Neighbors. He has this cool little vibe about him. And I still would say Tom Hanks. I think the guy, he's sweet. He's innocent. Harmless. He's got great timing as a comedic actor and things like that. What he could do in the future as an actor, I mean, I think the whole world's open for him, especially now that the publicity that he's getting.
Yeah.
I would like to see range, you know, huge range with this guy, because I think that compared to his meekness that he has would be so powerful. And he did a great job on this film, though.
Yeah, he's really, everyone, honestly. So I mentioned, like, there's, you know, it's great, like, world building here is also, would you be interested if they decide to do, you know, a sequel or a series? Would you like to be part of that?
Of course.
I didn't expect, hell no. I don't know.
Screw that.
Well, you know, I mean, the thing is I have to look at the position that I'm in right now. I've been acting for 43 years. I've been in this industry for a super, super long time. There's very little I don't know about the industry, which makes me a bit of a diva when I'm on set because I know how things are supposed to be. You know, and the PA, if you arrive at 5 a.m., I still expect my coffee at 5 a.m. It is your job, so figure it out. You know, but that was just the diva in me. From the 43 years of being on set, I just know too much. But where's my career? I mean, how come I'm not a Tom Sizemore or something that you see in absolutely everything? But maybe you don't know his name sometimes, maybe you do. I think I deserve to get something like that. I've got a good body of work, but it's just getting that name out and getting the fan base to go, hey, I want him, and all of that kind of stuff. I did Twin Peaks. I played a woodsman on Twin Peaks. And
really?
Parlay that into, Comic-Cons all over the place. And I did the best I could to get my career bigger in that area. Did House with the Clock in the Wall with Kyle MacLachlan to raise my career a little bit more. Insatiable on Netflix. But nothing pushing me up the ladder into you won't step down now because it's only up. And many of these films you step up 2 rungs, you step down 3 rungs, Nothing holds you at the top. I think Destroy All Neighbors might be what can hold me at the top. I think it could push me into I use Tom Sizemore because it's really the only name I can think of a guy that I knew that was not real hugely popular, but was in absolutely everything, I need to get that. And I think that this can do that for me, I was doing Comic-Cons all across the nation, paying for a lot of them myself to get there.
Yeah.
I think that this can get me into Comic-Cons where they'll pay for me to be there.
Yeah.
That a lot of times takes fans. And so, I mean, your fans here, let your Comic-Cons know that you want to see the guys from Destroy All Neighbors, specifically Christian.
Yeah.
Not so much because it's just me, but in Comic-Cons, they like to see the creatures. So you show up as the main character. I'm not saying Jonah, but let's say the girlfriend, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Go to a Comic-Con and you put the girlfriend in the line and you put me in line. Who's going to line up for who? It's going to be all for me. Hardly any for the girlfriend because she wasn't the creature.
Yeah.
Comic-Cons like creature. They like dress up. They like things.
Oh, yeah.
So it's important to me that I get to these Comic-Cons. And again, I think Destroy All Neighbors is like Twin Peaks was for me. It's the vehicle to get there.
Yeah, because you do a wonderful job. I wouldn't have thought, this is someone who's just done like little bitty things. You're great. Where did you come from as far as an actor? Like, how did you even get started?
I wanted to sweep floors at the local radio station in Idaho. My friend was sweeping floors at a different radio station, and they just got a new one in town. So I went over there at 16 years old. And the guy goes, "You got a license?" And I, "No." And okay, and he goes, "Okay, now you got an FAA license. I want you to go down to the ISU Mini Dome tomorrow, and we'll start recording interviews with the farm and market."
Wow.
Like 16. I'm like, whoa. And I started from doing that, and then within the year, I was the youngest news director in the country on a 50,000 watt AM station.
Oh, that's awesome!
All of that. Ended up with my own talk show at the time. Good morning. Ended up with my own talk show at that time. And I got a lot of popularity from that in the city and ended up moving on to different radio stations. But small towns, you run out of opportunities quickly.
Yeah.
And so I thought about going to California. I want to live by the beach. Moved out of the cold Idaho and moved to Bakersfield because that was where the best beach I could think might be is Bakersfield. I don't know if you've ever been in California, but Bakersfield's in the middle of the desert and there's no beach anywhere nearby. It's 125 degrees in the summer.
Oh, wow.
I was finally able to get out of there after about 5 years and get into Los Angeles where I could really start nourishing the career. At that time, I couldn't be a full-time actor because I just didn't have the chops. So I had side jobs and did side jobs for 20, 30 years. But I consider myself still in the industry because on weekends, I might go and announce a stock car race or do a beauty pageant or dinner theater. Or I was in Los Angeles. There's opportunities to act every day.
Yeah.
But when I was real young, when I was 10 years old, I went to Universal Studios. And they had the Western stunt team there, Wild West Western stunt team. There was this little guy and his friend with a bald head. And I'm watching them and I'm thinking, man, that'd be so cool to be one of those cowboys. Those are my heroes. These guys are my heroes. I remember that. And then here in Los Angeles, I noticed that Universal Studios is going to hire about 90 people for that show. Why 90 is they have a long, deep list of alternates in case you can't come to work. So I thought I could probably get on that. Went to the audition, ended up getting hired, and I was hired as one of the main cowboys. I wasn't even the 90. I was hired as one of the main ones, so I worked almost every day of the week. So first day to go in there to talk to get the training and whatnot, I go into the arena and I go, I remember I was sitting over here when I was young. So I went and sat in that same little spot. And I went, this is so cool. I love it. And out walked in this little old man with a bald head and this little short guy. It was the same two guys I had saw when I was very, very young. And then they reached out and said, welcome to the Universal Studios Western Stunt Team. So that dream as a child came true.
Yeah, that is incredible.
And I think that's what really helped my career start to grow into where it was actually seriously a career that if I nourished it correctly, I could become a lot better, because of I was so on all the time. It was a show all day long. I'm in front of thousands of people all day, and then all of a sudden I get an audition with 2 people in the room. It's a piece of cake. Let me go nail that audition, give them my very best. I'm not even the least bit nervous because it's just 2 people. Let me go perform to a huge audience. It made me very fresh. And 7 years I spent there at Universal, growing a small amounts of getting the casting directors to know who I was, but really losing it in the area of being able to progress much further than that, especially once they shut the show down in 2000. And then I did a music video for System of a Down, and people were watching it. The video is called Saving Us, if you ever want to see it. Wonderful video. I portrayed the main character in it, the homeless man. And my lady I was with at the time, she goes, the internet's going nuts over your homeless man. They just go, why would they get a homeless guy that could act? And she goes, you know what you should do? You should make that your niche. Just do homeless. This lady was very brilliant. She passed away of cancer just a few years ago. But, she taught me how to do the homeless niche. And what I would do is I'd be like in networking events and stuff like that. And I'd introduce myself as an actor. And I go, yeah, but all I do is homeless. Oh, man, you'd be great as a cowboy. No, just homeless. I'm specializing in just that. Well, in reality, yes, I would do pirate. I would do cowboy. I would do all that. But what was happening is 2, 3, 4 months later, maybe a year later, somebody's doing a film where they need a homeless guy. And they go, oh, I know this guy. That's why. And once that started really rolling, I started getting a lot of work. Over 1,000 background roles alone, just as a homeless guy.
Just plant that seed here and there. That's great.
And that's what it was. It was from planting that seed, and that was from her brilliance. And then in this film, you'll see me with a stuffed animal. His name is Sticky. I've been carrying Sticky around with me for pretty much my entire career, the last 15 years, I suppose, because it gets attention. I'm sure I'm a grown man carrying around a stuffed animal, but I walk into an audition carrying that. They go, oh, I'm sorry, this is Sticky. No, really, he's Sticky. And I just throw him on the ground. They like, okay, that was weird. And as long as it's fitting into the character, it's acceptable. I mean, I wouldn't do that if I was going to be a businessman, but a homeless guy coming in carrying something like that, casting started noticing it. First, I was thinking that kind of bad, and other people say don't ever do stuff like that in front of casting. Until I started talking to casting directors, they're going, and you were the guy that came in with that stuffed animal. All right about it. And I was like, wow, that is actually working. And then I got to know more and more casting directors. And so that kept growing bigger and bigger and getting more and more jobs as this homeless, that I started to set up goals as a homeless man to have my homeless character in a major feature film. And I think Destroy All Neighbors qualifies to fulfill that bucket list for sure.
Yeah.
Music videos. I've already got plenty of music videos as my homeless guy. Treasure Yourself is one that I did for Bruno Mars. And it's my dedication to women. I really treasure what women bring to society. And I think there's so many ways we need to look at them in certain ways. And that's what this brings out. It's basically just a homeless man carrying a sign touting the wonderful attributes of women. So you should look it up. Treasure Yourself, Christian Calloway. I think you can find it. But what ended up happening is after I'm meeting all these people in Los Angeles, I've started to kind of now be stuck in the corner that this is all he really does. This is all he is. So I needed to leave so I could start in a new market. I have all kinds of agents. People really like representing me. I don't have to look for agents. I'm very grateful for that. So I picked up one in New York, Atlanta, and decided to have a full-time run out of New Mexico, and moved to New Mexico because this is kind of what they're doing in New Mexico right now. Is this kind of look, for your Westerns and your things like that.
Okay.
So since I'm now a New Mexican resident, moved over there. I like to really support the Mexican filmmakers and actors over there. It's a co-star city. That means that really the only people that you're going to see that's actors could maybe do one line on a film as a co-star, but couldn't carry a character all the way through a film or something like that. So why would producers want to look in New Mexico for anybody? Because that's lower level. By moving to Albuquerque, I hope to get more and more people who are more like a guest star or leading men to actually be living there, where production would go, hey, they've got a lot of things that we can use over there. They got great actors and that can handle these roles, and they've got great tax incentives. Not trying to take away from work from any other place, just kind of explaining why I thought it would be a great idea to go over that. And it's going to boom to where they're using my type of an actor within the next couple of years. Well, I will have already established myself there. I will have already gotten into their good graces. Know that I am there to try to support them because they're very leery of the industry. They like it to be theirs only and New Mexican product only. But I think I can help them open up to the wonders of just being part of this great industry. And in the reward for that, I will also always promote the beauty of New Mexico and the actors.
So I read a great article about you where you talked about your career, as charity, and you give a lot of your income to charity work or to charity. When did that start?
Oh, interesting stories. Thank you for reading that article. I mentioned, Becca was a lady that helped me in my career.
I saw her videos on your YouTube.
Yeah, she. I'll tell you how all of that kind of started. I was very shy and doing comedy, and they wanted me to come and bring a date to a comedy show because it was date night. So I put up an ad, Craigslist or something. I just need a date for tonight. You just sit next to me just so I fulfill what they need. I was all kind of a hermit kind of a guy. Well, this lady contacts me and she says, I'm not going to go on a date with you, but I'm mad. She goes, you got to get yourself out. Other people will like you. You challenge yourself and do something bold this weekend. Oh. She goes, I want you to do something bold, and you come back and you tell me what you did. Okay. Talk to her, a little more. We just talked about normal things. So when the weekend come around, I thought about it and I thought, let me write up a sign that says, want to talk, I'll listen. And go stand on the street corner and just let people talk to me. And I would try to get used to that. And I talked to like a lady. It was her first time living on the streets. She was maybe 80 years old. Her husband had died. Wow. And she spent all the money. And she didn't cry. She just held my hand. Like a 13-year-old girl asking me if she should go home to mom or go down the street to the heroin dealer. I saw her years later. She's completely wiped out, Saw so much that day. One of the ones that really touched me was this lady who came to me who whole face was kind of busted in at the bottom, and you could tell she was just gone through so much. And she was saying how she lived in a horse barn, and how all these things, medical problems. It was just so hard to listen to this stuff from her. And she survived cancer, and she got hit by a drunk driver, and her just went through so much in their life that this day took a huge toll on me. Yeah, but I think it helped me to, I don't know, to be more around society. So I got home and I told Becca, this is what I did, and I didn't hear anything from her for like a day or so, and she kind of finally wrote back to me and she said, that was me you were talking to. When I told her about the woman that had been living in the barn, that was actually Becca. She had inadvertently just happened to run into me, not knowing what I looked like, not knowing anything, gave me her life story. Her and I stuck together from that point on because I could see she needed help. Just through some good emails, I got Tyra Banks to get her like $60,000 worth of facial reconstructive surgery. Got her to where she could speak good. She started going out and managing restaurants again. And I saw how helpful it is to be good and kind to people and helpful to them, to help their needs, not to fulfill your own egos, but she really needed help, and nobody's going to be able to help her. And she didn't want me to help her either. I'd take her to Denny's. She'd wipe everything off the table onto the floor and go, "You still want to be around me?" But sometimes you just have to be there for people, whether they like it or not. So what I did was extend a little bit more my want to talk, I'll listen. Started finding that people suffer at home when they have cancer or things like that. because insurance companies won't do what the doctor asks. The doctor says they need a nurse 3 days a week at home. Well, we can't afford a nurse 3 days a week at home, so we'll give you 1 a week. No, they need 3. We started looking at, well, what do they need to get those nurses there for the other 2 days? And the only thing is, you just have to pay a nurse. So I started just taking any income I could get, any job I could get, to where I could provide $125 to a nurse that could go and take care of somebody that the insurance company said they wouldn't be able to take care of. Ended up with a network of 4 or 5 really good nurses who would work anytime for me. And myself, I would go out and do the same thing. We would just take care of these people to make sure that they could get through some of this terrible time of their life. And it really just built into me. We can't be so selfish in this world. There's so much going on, so much hatred and hurt and judgment, and people just miss out on goodness and kindness. And so I've made a charity. It's called Will Work for Change, where we fulfill the needs of others. Doesn't matter if you need to have your television installed on your wall or whatever it is, we'll be there to help you out. And the only donation we ask for is that you just be good and kind to one another. And that's the whole gist of what I'm about right now, I believe, for the last few years. I just want to be able to be stable enough to be available to help those who need assistance.
Yeah.
And I think that this has really been my purpose in life. I helped Becca for 7 years. People considered her my wife. We were never married. We didn't even have sex. I was just there for her because I was supposed to be there for her. And I think that if people really could lean more towards kindness, the world would be just a much better place.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's an amazing story.
Anthony Oberstar says you're a hell of a human, Christian.
Yep.
For sure. Pepe says this man is the same in the world, needs more people like him.
Well, I would challenge people to be more like him.
Yes.
That's how that happens.
I will tout my charitable efforts with people only because I consider myself an example charity. If I can show people what I've done, then they can possibly do it. You know, like some people say, well, even in the Bible, it says you're not supposed to talk about your charity. Well, I am supposed to talk about it.
Oh, yeah.
That's the only way people are going to know.
Get the word out.
Yeah, and be an example to them. You don't have to browbeat somebody to get them to do something, but if they see you do it, they may start to follow. They may be kinder. They may shut their mouths when the guy at the gas station kind of rubbed them the wrong way, you know. But it comes from example, and the only way we can do it is if all of us start giving that example.
Is there a website or anything for Will Work for Change? For people, people want to follow it or anything?
WillWorkForChange.com, I believe.
What's that?
Right?
What is it?
Maybe it's not. No, I'm wrong, because the one I clicked on is not do anything.
No, I'll tell you why.
Yes.
Our union went on strike a while back. So what I had done is anything that was entertainment related, I canceled so I wouldn't have to pay them. But I inadvertently canceled all of my websites, and I didn't.
Oh no!
And so the other day, I'm like, oh, I wonder how that website's going. I put OMG Shops, which is my website, omgshops.com, and it's sitting on a landing page. And I'm like, oh no! So I'm putting it all back together. And I really wish there was a website, but more people can follow me on. Unfortunately, it's Facebook right now, and I know I need to get up to speed onto Instagram. And there's a few Christian Calloways, which are all me, but the one that talks about my charitable efforts at the very top is the one that people really should follow. They'll find out what I got going on in my films and things like that. And they'll get to meet some interesting people. Right now, my fans and friends are all sending out prayers to Jackie Scott in Australia, who's, I don't know how many times this woman has had cancer or something else that she's going through, but tough time for her. So all my people on my page are really wishing her well. So all the merry. I still need to get 2,000 more followers before Facebook says I have too many friends. So bring them on.
We'll be followers.
Definitely. Yeah. All right, well, guys, I got to go take the dogs out. So I've got to split. Christian, it was wonderful to meet you.
Yes, you too, my friend. We'll see you.
Take care. See you guys later.
Terrible one. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. If people don't know, if you don't know Chris, that's my brother, Troy.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool. Cool.
I was just going to talk about how I love that this came up on the show, and I just Christmas time had a conversation with someone who's very vocal about politics, very, very vocal. So trying to talk to people to make them change. And I work in community mental health. And I said, if you really want people to change, you got to go to the people that are struggling. That's where you're going to make change, is to actually help people, not to try to convince people of anything. You're just going to do that until you die.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you'll have a conversation that leads to something, but go to the people that need help. Then you'll make change. That's how the world is a different place.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And you look at things like the homeless situation downtown Los Angeles. They have the missions there. A lot of homeless there. Those homeless get fed every day. In fact, they can get about 5 meals a day if they would like to downtown. They can get taken care of. I'm not saying that's a bad thing that they can get taken care of. They can get taken care of. But what about that homeless family you saw off the edge of the freeway that were all by themselves? Do you think they're making it to the shelter? Do you think they're getting food in the afternoon? They're the ones who need the help. And we can help those ones who are the satellites like that. We can make a big change. And those are, but that's kind of of what you're speaking of, is go to the right people and give the right help, not the right people with judgments about how they're living their life or the way they think.
No, not to change the subject or anything, but can you tell us more about the People's Joker? Because this is a movie I was contacted recently about, doing stuff on the show about, and I didn't really know much about it, and I saw that you're involved in it.
Oh my goodness! You have absolutely got to get people from People's Joker on your show, especially Vera Drew, and I can hook you up with her if you would like. She's transgender, who wrote a movie about her passion since she was a child, and that was DC Comics, Saturday Night Live, different things on NBC, the Joker, and decided, well, this transgender is switching over type of a thing, and that's kind of what it was with the Joker. What if I did a complete Joker movie based on that, where Joker is transgender, and make it just a queer coming out type of a movie? Well, she did, and she used a lot of DC's property. She used a lot of Warner Brothers properties. Dr. Crane, who I play on People's Joker,
cool.
Is the Scarecrow.
Yeah, it's
a great, incredibly great role. She takes it up to the Toronto Film Festival. It gets immediately shut down by DC and Warner Brothers. They say, you will never air this film. We will never give you permission to use any of our characters in this way. So she fought it for over a year, and it really looked like it wasn't going to go anywhere. But her stance was, one, it's been around. These characters have been around since I was a child, and you forced them on me when I was impressionable as a child. And you're telling me now I can't pay homage to them in a film in which I'm doing a parody of them. And when she started bringing up the parody end of it, that's where they couldn't get around it. It doesn't matter. I mean, Saturday Night Live may have Joker on it. Do you think they're going to shut it down because Saturday Night Live had Joker? Which she knew this. And that's why you'll see some interesting statements about Lorne Michaels and Saturday Night Live during the film. It's an amazing film that covers not only the interesting storyline, but she's so not politically, she's so connected to the little teeny problems that all of us have looked at. You could say political correctness, I suppose. And she exposes it in a fun way. It's one of the films I'm more proud of, just because of what she was able to accomplish for the. I'm not good with the letters LBQT, but the transgenders community, and her fight. The fight that she put on against those two great big companies, and have that film come out now. They've released it, and they said do it.
Wow.
She instantly got distribution. So I don't know exactly where it's going to be distributed at yet, but it's good. And
that's amazing.
She shot the entire thing on green screen in a 8-foot by 8-foot area, and you would not even be able to tell by watching it. You think you're in Gotham.
What is that like as an actor to be working with green screen? Because you see these behind the scenes things of Star Wars and all this stuff, and different people talk about that experience. What was it like for you?
I think that if I was younger in my career, I would have noticed that was awkward to have a green screen and to have a ball to look at and things like that. But I think after all the years I've been doing this, that really is a very normal thing to see kind of green screens. I've just never been able to really participate in it. A few times I did, but to participate in this one, as long as I just stayed within who my actor is, I didn't really notice the fact that there really wasn't a gate there, or that this creature's not really flying at me at that moment. I kind of slid into it probably better than other actors would have, just because of the experience level. But to stop and think about it, eye lines are so important, and all these little things that you have to think about. What's very natural for me to do and do it correctly would be hard for somebody who even has a little bit of experience, or quite a bit of experience, to make sure they got that grip with the green screen. So yeah, I imagine it probably should have been tough, but it really wasn't.
Yeah. I don't want to be like I was rude. I was looking away. I actually looked on my phone to see because I knew they were just emailing about it recently. So it's the People's Joker. It's going to come out April 5th. Theatrical release from Altered Innocence is the company that's putting it up.
Altered Innocence. Oh, yeah. Amazing.
So it's going to play theaters. So check that out, because probably won't play like all the theaters, but like Annabelle and I have some cool theaters in Boston that play a lot of the more underground or weird stuff. So check out in your area if it's going to be playing near you.
Sure. Yes, I appreciate you mentioning that. And there's a film I'm going to bring out for and I feel like it, I suppose. I need to make sure it's right, but it's right up the alley of what horror. It's called The Lobotomist, and I'm the star of it. I made it myself.
Nice.
And after I finish it, and other people have looked at it, they go, "Dude, that could win festivals." It just, the sound design is good. Everything came out good. It really surprised me, but I haven't released it because it's just kind of been just something I just come in slowly putting together. But it's really ready for a release. I mean, and if you guys have a festival or anything coming up, I would love to be able to push that thing in there, or know of where I can push it in.
Yeah, is it a feature film or short film or?
It's 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, we have our own short film festival coming up. We do. It's a virtual one, but yeah, Severed Limbs Film Festival here, and then but yeah, I could put you in touch with a lot of festivals that
Well, Severed Limb, I was just looking for the first one to premiere it on, and Severed Limb would be a great place to premiere it on. I think you'd really like it.
All right, yeah, we love that. That'd be sweet. I love the name.
Yeah. And it is what it is. I tried to. I haven't figured out the beginning, because some people said I shouldn't do a found tape type of a thing, but it's basically a mental hospital where a found tape was found of a lobotomist going through his process, but he's quite crazy in the brain, and hearing him talk, hearing the things that he does, and the images that he sees, and the images the patients see when they get their brain lobotomized. It came out really fascinating.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, I'm really interested in seeing this.
Yeah, definitely.
Is that something you'd like to do more of? Actually editing, creating, making films?
I've always been an actor, so I would say probably not as far as beginning to end, create and do it all. Maybe it's going to be something that I just kind of fall into and do because it's there. Because when I moved to New Mexico, I ended up moving into a movie or to a TV studio itself. So I live in the TV studio, and I have at my disposal, black magic cameras, all kinds of lighting. I have everything I need to do everything, like produce a film. So yeah, probably I'll end up producing films. Not something I really thought I would do, but since I am in that studio, I just as well, take advantage of it. I am creative.
And you talked about, having years of experience, and you're at a place where you said there's, maybe your experience could help some of the less experienced people, where you're at. So
you would hope so.
Yeah.
But like the reception that people have of over there, unless you're from that area, they don't trust you, they don't believe you, and they know they can do it their way and it will be okay. And so it's really super hard to mentor these people or mentor people with that. I wouldn't say these people, like I'm only saying that. I'm sure other states are like this too. But Hollywood isn't Hollywood location. It's an industry. And in that industry, certain things work a certain way. It really doesn't matter what state you're in. It works a certain way. You can't stop in your state and go, yes, but here we do it this way. No, you don't. The industry does it this way. We've always done it this way. You don't mess with that, because what you're going to have is producers who are going to go, I ain't going to go there because they don't quite do things the way I like to see it done. Which they may respond, yeah, that's because we do it our way. And he's going, yeah, but I don't want you to do it your way. I want you to do it the industry standard. That way I don't have to retrain my sound men. I don't have to retrain the grips. I don't have to retrain anybody. I can just come to your wonderful state and produce something. And I find that very hard, not only here, but in other states, getting across that industry feeling. It's like I went to a casting director workshop and they asked her, and she's from that area, they asked her, what's the difference between a Los Angeles actor and an actor from this location? And she goes, absolutely nothing. They are the same. They're just actors. That's not even close to being a true statement. In Los Angeles, there's a spirit in the air. Everybody knows about the entertainment industry. You might walk into a gas station and say, I got an audition this morning. And the guy will go, yeah, me too. Right after I get off work, what's yours? And they talk about it, and it's a feel-good thing. Yeah. You do that in these other states, and they don't even know what an audition means. What does that word mean? There's no spirit in the air, you know? In Los Angeles, you wake up in the morning and go, gosh, I just feel like doing something. Oh, there's that dinner theater tonight. They wanted to see if I wanted to come. I'm going to go do that dinner theater tonight. Or I'm going to go do an improv show. Or I'm going to go do this. Or I'm going to go do that. All of them acting related in Los Angeles. But you go to these other places. Where are you going to go? Taco Bell. Let's go eat Taco Bell. That's the closest thing you're going to get to a networking event over there. And so you can't say that actors are the same there as they are in Los Angeles. Because in Los Angeles, we are on. We are ready. We are prepared with training. We are prepared with a fan base. There's many, many things that we are prepared for. So they need to, so they can't make a statement that there's no difference between the two actors. So I would really hope I could help those actors understand that, help the people understand that, and then have them embrace it a little bit more to come back to the industry. And a short little follow they did, or a short one they did that I could mention is I did headshots for a girl who needed headshots. So I could use her image on my promotional flyer, which is normal. You always do that. I mean, I'll give you free headshots. I use you on my promotional flyer. Yep. I contacted her agent, which is also common, and I said, hey, I'm going to these are the photos that I'm going to use on the flyer. She immediately wrote me back, you're a scam. Who are you to charge my client for, or to take my client's image and try to use it on your flyers? You owe us $1,000 for the use of each of those pictures. And the thing is she got paid by the trade-off. That's industry standard. This agent wanted money for it. You don't get money for it. That's not industry standard. You're the one that asked this poor woman to buy expensive headshots. This poor woman went to a headshot photographer who could trade her. She did the trade. And you commission off of that? That's not the way it works in this industry. And the problem is, though, you get that kind of word out, and then they might want to blackball me because I pointed it out. Oh, we'll never use that guy. He's a jerk. No. I have 43 years of experience doing this. Listen to me, and I can help everybody. So when you say, if I can be an example to those people over there, yeah, I can. It's tough, though. It's a very hard thing to break, that ego and pride.
I want to mention a movie that I loved at Boston Underground Film Festival. I saw you were in, and I really, after that, I don't think I really saw much about it, but it's Tone Deaf with Robert Patrick. And I thought that was one of my favorite movies of that festival. And it's weird going to festivals. Like sometimes I see stuff and then it blows up a year later, and sometimes it never really catches an audience. I don't know why that one never really caught on.
Yeah, that was odd. I'm not sure why either. It was fun working with him. You know, I mean, who wouldn't want to take an axe to the head from Patrick Stewart or Patrick?
Robert Patrick.
Yeah. If it was Patrick Stewart, that would be pretty great too.
Either one would be pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a great experience. And he is such a, I don't even know what word you would use. He's crazy and eccentric and weird as hell. great actor, but comes riding up on his Harley, and they'll come out and he'll, all right, who's in charge of this place? I need a place to sit. And you think that he's putting on, and he's not. He wants to know who's in charge, and he needs a place to sit. He was very serious about that statement, even though he did it in such an animated way. I mean, the guy looks completely crazy, nut job, sitting in the van, talking and singing all the way to the thing. It's like, man, this guy's crazy. Step out, bang, nail those scenes. And then at lunch, when he doesn't need to be on, he just a great little guy, you know, crazy edge, but you can tell he's just fun. You know what I mean? One of the funnest actors I think I've ever worked with, because he was so unpredictable.
Yeah, that was much like his character in the movie then. So yeah, that works.
Wow, you know what? I never really thought about that, because I'm a method actor. I wonder if he was doing method because he was crazy like that character.
That would be pretty good. You know, or they cast him for that reason. Either way, it's a good story. So yeah, but for people out there, I'd recommend checking out Tone Deaf. Really good movie.
Yeah, that's a good one. I did another one, Ted K, which was Ted Kaczynski's story, the Unabomber.
Oh.
Sad. I had maybe 10 or 15 minutes of me just railing on customers at a bar as a drunken biker patron, and they cut all of it out of the movie because there was just a lot of stuff going on. But that was such a really good one for me, because they just let me go for 10 minutes. They said, just annihilate this bar with your rudeness, you know. And I was calling people out. I'm saying stuff I should never say. I mean, it was a lot of fun, but nobody ever got to see it. But they flew me up there, and I got to stay a week up in the mountains of Montana.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's something.
It was something.
Yeah. Now, one people did like is The House with the Clock in the Walls by Eli Roth. And what was that like working on? And you look very cool in the movie.
Yeah, that was fun. They flew me to Atlanta for that. Oddly, the audition process for that was strange. They just simply wanted to see somebody who had a caved-in stomach that could look like a demon, you know, hunched over and whatnot. So I was again the best I could, pushed it and got a nice picture of it. And just the way the shadows were hitting it looked like it was really sunken in. And that's what they hired me for, was just a sunken-in stomach. Until I got there, and then they started seeing the credits and stuff like that, and they were really starting to respect me as being more than just a guy with a sunken-in stomach. But that's how I ended up getting that. And I talked to Kyle, and he says that there's kind of a nod to Twin Peaks in there, because the man in the forest hands him a cup, which could be coffee. And that's a big thing in Twin Peaks, him drinking coffee. So that's kind of the nod, you know, where I am a woodsman with Kyle in Twin Peaks. This was kind of the nod that maybe there's a little bit of a Twin Peak connection there between us. Same thing with Destroy All Neighbors. If you notice, I got nice Twin Peaks chevrons in my tire mark on my head.
Oh, you know what? Now that you mentioned that, I could totally see that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a little Easter egg for me only. They didn't do it on purpose.
Yeah.
Well, I do have to say the gravel inside, the little chunks of gravel in my tire mark, that was my idea. Oh, I wouldn't have like gravel and gave wood.
Yeah, that it's a great makeup, and it, as Annabelle said, very cartoony. Like you just have like a tire mark across your face, so it really works in the movie.
Yeah,
I love it. The reveal of it, not the spoiler movie, but the reveal of it's very fun, and then you have it the rest of the movie. It makes me very happy.
Yeah, and then it wasn't just a throwaway character.
No, like I said, I was really happy that you become a bigger part of the movie after that.
I was thinking this guy is just going to be mean about croissants, and that's it.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what you would think. It would all be about croissants. Yeah, croissant guy was a big joke there. They only had it said once in the script, but I think some way I said it, they just liked the way I said it. So every place where it would have said Will, I say croissant guy.
I love it. I love it. I think that was perfect.
Yeah.
So do you think that this film will do anything for my career?
I hope so. I love the movie. Yeah.
It was so fun.
It is fun to watch, huh?
And honestly, not because you have a lot of character, which I think almost everyone in the movie has a lot of character, which really works for the movie. But you know, you see you on the film, and it's like, oh, you're interesting looking and an interesting actor, which I think, you know, people would want you in stuff.
Okay, so it is since we're kind of lacking on wizards and whatnot nowadays, is Peter Jackson going to get in touch with me? Or,
that would be, yeah, I could definitely see you as a wizard. That would be great.
Yeah, I mean, this thing can really shave out.
Wizard, maybe
He's
even
the one who made
a warlock.
This movie called Dead Alive that this movie you're in reminds me of, with its batshit crazy, because back in the day he made these really insane, over the top, goofy gore movies.
Right.
So maybe he will see this movie, because it seems like he would probably love it. You never know.
Well, you know, that's the thing is if he sees the movie and when you say things like that, I have to go back. I've had 43 years experience in this industry to have seen many times things like this film take an actor to the stratosphere. I also know that there's a way that has to happen. And I guess I kind of tend to have pretty big balls when I ask companies like Shudder and whatnot for certain things. I have to have the promotional value out of this film to the highest level I can possibly get it. To not only get seats or butts in the seat, but to get people to know, not go, oh, that guy, but to go, that's Christian Calloway. I saw him in this. So the only way that comes is by promotion, by question and answers. I don't know. I wasn't in the question and answer, which is fine. The other night when we had that premiere, I'll be in the ones this weekend. Those type of things really help us advertise. It's our resume. I get a picture of myself in a question and answer. I can send that to a Comic-Con. They'll put me in the Comic-Con immediately because I apparently am good enough to be in a question and answer.
Yeah. I would say then I would try to get some, because it is actually hard to find stills right now of your character in the movie. I would try to get some stills, either from Shudder or get them from someone, but I get some stills from the movie and get those, you know, out there on social media and around.
Yeah. Make sure my Instagram is pumping a little better than it is. I mean, I got 1,500 fans, not very many followers, but I don't nourish it. It's got stuff clear back from the strike on it. And I think I've been seeing getting followers every day, 4, 5, 6, 7 followers since the film.
Yeah.
So I just need to nourish that more. And like you say, get those images out there, get talked about. I got the Twin Peaks fan base. They can also write Shudder. They could write other places, you know. But when I say Shudder's not really fully stopping anybody from doing what they need to do for this film to promote themselves. You know, I'm free to do that. I just want to make sure I'm respecting them and that I'm not stepping on their toes. And
that's actually a good point. You know, maybe people who don't, you know, do any interviews or whatever don't know, but like for one thing, Shudder is very good in offering us guests. But also, if I ask people that are in a Shudder movie, if we ask people in a Shudder, they're not going to say I can't do an interview because they don't, you know, you have to go through Shudder to do this. That's never happened. That's happened with other things, but never with Shudder.
And I'm glad of that because I'm moving on with the Comic-Cons this year and thought I would be going under the Shudder banner. I spoke to them at the thing and they said, no, unless we have a film currently running at the time of it, then we don't send people to the Comic-Cons. So I asked another one of the representatives the same question, and they said the same thing. And then I told all of them, I go, so that means to me that I can do whatever I want with Destroy All Neighbors at Comic-Cons across the nation without having to worry about you guys. Yeah, that's fine. So that's good.
It makes sense to me too, because it's just that's also promoting their movie and their platforms.
Absolutely.
Why not?
Well, and they know that's the thing is, especially somebody like me. I already do Comic-Cons because of the films that I've been in. It's only going to get bigger for me in that area. So instead of me getting on the band or on the coattail of Shudder or some other network to get myself seen, I'm already being seen. If they would like to join me and get on my coattail, they certainly can. You know, and promote me, pay for me, do whatever they want. But I think I'm a good commodity that's going to continue to grow, bigger than Tom Sizemore.
I hope so. And you're a very nice guy and a very fun guy. So I appreciate coming on the show.
And a good man doing good things.
Yes. Thank you so much for that. It feels so good to be able to. I have people appreciate what I do because I know that that you both are going to do something good and kind just because you met me. So we're good.
Yeah.
I'm usually pretty good about good and kind.
You seem like you are,
yeah. She says her, not me. She thinks I'm a rotten man.
I can speak for myself. Would you like to?
I'm just kidding.
You have nasty in front of you.
That is true. That is very true. And also, do you have any story with Randy, who plays Eleanor in the movie? Because I talked to her earlier, and she's going to be coming on the show soon.
Is she?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Ask her at the table read, was she going to ask me to go across the street and have lunch at the cafe?
No.
The reason I want you to ask her that is because I was single at the time. And she's kind of cute, you know.
Yeah,
she's intimidated by it.
And she did all of her stuff, and we go to leave, and I'm kind of an introvert, bit of a hermit, and so I'm hustling on out the door. Go out the door, and she turns around, she goes, "Hey, would you like to?" And I cut her off and go, "I got a big business thing I got to go to right now." And I walked away. She goes, "Oh, okay, bye." And I started walking. I thought, "Oh my gosh, I bet you she was going to ask me for coffee or something at the cafe. That would have been so perfect." And now I don't know. Did I miss my opportunity? Or
well, we will find out. Yeah.
Oh, you will find out? Oh.
Yeah, we'll ask. Yeah. So I talked to her on the phone earlier today, and she was she seems very funny too, because she said she hadn't seen the movie yet. She's going to see it tomorrow for the first time. And I was like, oh, well, I think because she was possibly come on tonight, but instead I thought it'd be more fun if she saw the movie first. And then she added, yeah, or maybe I'll cancel and say I'm not going to talk about that piece of shit after I see it, which I thought was very funny.
She'll like her part. She'll like her part.
Yeah,
she did a great job. She's a real professional. My goodness, she's got so many credits. She's been in so many different things, and she's amazing.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, that was one of the things about the movie. I think everyone in it, I was like, oh, I like everyone. Every person in this movie is interesting, likable, and maybe not necessarily their characters likable, but you're into it. You know, all their characters.
They're charming.
They talk a lot in the pre-reviews, I suppose, about the ensemble cast.
Yeah,
and how they say it's a loaded cast. It's a cast of well-knowns and stuff like that. I'm like, wow, really? For me, that feels really good. I know the other people are well-knowns and good and stuff, but when I stop and think about it, the cast formula that Charlene Lee, she was the casting director, that she put it together on this is fantastic. Like DeMarge Brown, who played the Pigman, he's got incredible credits. That he's a chameleon, and that's what I was telling him. I was watching a show the other day, was so enthralled by that actor who did that show. And then when I get finished, there comes the credit, DeMarge Brown. I didn't even know it was him. He was such a chameleon on it. So they stacked it with people that have been seen. I mean, sure, I've been seen on Twin Peaks. I had a Carl's Jr. commercial. I don't know if you even knew about that, but there was a cowboy on the beach doing yoga, eating a hamburger. And it played during the Super Bowl a few years ago. But that got me recognizable a bit, and Charlene also knew that. And then Jonah with his Mystery Science Theater 3000, Kieran with her, she's an incredible comedian, and has some good shows under her belt. So yeah, we weren't a bunch of guys who were just trying to make it in Hollywood. It seems like they really wanted a cast that people would go, think I know that person, or I do know that person. It's
Where people go to IMDb. I know I do this. I'll see him. I think I know that person. Go to IMDb, look it up. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I love IMDb. A lot of producers and other people will say, or actors will say, IMDb is useless because you can put your own information in there or whatever, but it's so much information regardless. It's like Wikipedia, you wouldn't want to diss this place, nor would you want your profile to be lower than everybody else's because you're not managing it. IMDb, I'll tell that to every actor out there, IMDb is extremely important for you, regardless of how much people say, well, casting directors are not using it. Well, what about the guy financing the show? You know,
Your fans are using it. That's how people know you, because what are they going to do without it? Like if I'm watching TV show or whatever, I go, I think I know that person, or that person's interesting or whatever.
Yeah.
I go to IMDb. And I'm sure everyone in the audience right now does the same exact thing. And then you look for the person's body of work. If you think someone's, oh, this person's interesting, as an audience member, you start to find that person's work.
Yes.
So,
Yes. Exactly. Find that person's work. I like the way you said that. Because there's been a few actors. I've watched one of their things. The next thing you know, I've watched everything.
Yeah,
you know.
Exactly. Yes.
Nicolas Cage is one of them.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry. Do I need to leave now?
No,
I'm a big fan. Yeah.
There is no one. There is no other Nicolas Cage.
There is. That's why I love it. He gets the faces he puts on, which are completely unbelievable. Yet he pulls them off.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, oh yeah, a guy would actually hold his face like that.
And I've loved the last several years of his career doing some really like weird, like Mandy's one of my favorite movies he's been in, and just a lot of weird stuff that you might not have done a few years ago. And everything he's in, even if it's a low budget or whatever, you could tell he's giving his all, which I think is good.
Yeah.
He's never like half-assing it in a movie.
No, exactly.
And he's done interviews saying that he's had the most fun doing a lot of these independent horror movies of his career. So I like that.
There's quite a few actors out there that have fallen into a genre that you don't normally see them in, and they actually will live there and nobody really notices that they're there. You know, they're playing smaller roles and this, that, and the other thing. And I don't know. I can't think of anybody by name right now, but I've seen that obscurity of some of these actors and the direction they go in.
I mean, like Renfield, you know, it was a big theatrical movie, but he's so fun in that movie as Dracula. I mean, beforehand, I saw these things where it said he was studying Bela Lugosi, and then I watch it and I'm like, he's really playing himself, but that's totally fine.
I believe it. I think he studied his ass off, and in his strange Nick Cage warped mind, he thinks he was being Bela Lugosi.
Exactly.
But we're all like, no. You need a goof, and you rock it, and we love you for it.
Yeah, which I prefer. If he was just, if he just was being Bela Lugosi, it wouldn't be as fun, I don't think.
No, he was great.
Man, he's amazing. I like this one here. Annabelle is good. Neal's pretty horrible. But then he added Just Kidding.
Oh, he did. I didn't see the Just Kidding. No, you guys are great. In fact, I was going to invite you. I have a television show I produce in New Mexico. It's called New Mexico Rising. It's a lifestyle show. You know, like you see them where they do the products on the table and they have the pretty woman come out or the guy or whatever and show the products. That's what we do. We're a satellite media tour. That we're starting out this new year with a few more different styles of interviews. So, I would like for you to come on the show. We do it through a Zoom meeting.
That'd be amazing.
Talk about whatever you would like to talk about, and get you on this side of the hot seat for a bit.
That would be super cool.
Yeah, I really.
Would you have something to share? What do you guys got going on that you would share?
Well, it's a 20th year of podcasting for me. We do Dinner and a Movie, which is our video review show. We're part of a Psycho Ape 2. Without Your Head just produced their first feature films, End Zone 2, and the ones that feature Smash, which will be getting a Blu-ray release soon. So there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I like Smash. That's amazing.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm very proud of it.
Yeah. Well, that'd be cool. It'd be cool to find out about that kind of stuff. Especially, I never realized in Twin Peaks. I know what a fan base is like because it's Twin Peaks. Horror has a big fan base like that too. Horror across the board. It's not just one type of horror show, but you guys are an amazing fan base. Great people that are really hungry for good content. So I love that we're able to present Destroy All Neighbors, and that I've already presented some to the horror community. So it's great to be part of that whole weird thing.
Yeah, no, I loved it. And it's fun to come on the show and try to spread the word and get people to check it out, because I thought it was great. I was really happy Annabelle. I knew she would like it.
Wonderful.
You did like it then?
Oh, 100%. Yes, 100%. This was a wonderful movie. It is so right up my alley because it's just fucking crazy and lovable, even though they're all.
Yeah, the lovable is certainly there, and Alex is at his best. I really thought he wouldn't be able to act with all that on like that, but man, did he pull that off.
Yeah,
it is great.
He commanded that room every single time, that you could see in the film. Exhilarating to watch him and see this whole process.
I don't think he overpowered other characters though. Like, he is amazing, but he was a piece of a puzzle, right? Everybody else was important. So
yeah, and it's such a contrast with him and Jonah, so it really works, I think.
Big contrast. And I think that was done, well, I can't say that was done on purpose because of the way the film was done. These guys were kind of already knew each other were going to be in it. But I think the script was written in such a way to complement the fact that, that between Jonah's meekness and Alex's over the topness.
Yeah. And it's interesting that the more meek guy's actually much taller than the other guy's much shorter, but it really works in the movie. I think everything, just the visuals work. So.
And they let us play. Ryan Kattner, he got to play quite a bit. I wish I could have played as much as he did. I mean, he got to dry hump Jonah. And that wasn't scripted that way. He just did it because they did allow us to have a little bit of fun on there. I enjoyed it. I did want to, at one point when I was laying on my back, I wanted to just let out the greatest belch, So I planned to have craft services have me a Coke there so I could drink it just before we started the scene. And I drank a little bit of it before the scene, laid down, and realized you can't burp when you're laying on your back. I don't know if you have noticed, or maybe you can. But when your neck is like 2 feet away from you and you're just like, you can't burp.
I want the audience to try this. Everybody watching it, if you're on YouTube and you could write a comment, this is going to be a test. I'm going to try it too. I want to know. I'm going to have to give this a whirl. Find
it's
some
the YouTube challenge. How big of a burp can you get laying on your back?
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's like the milk. It'd be the new milk crate challenge. Yeah, the belch on your back challenge.
Well, on that one, once I learned that it didn't work, I slid the drink away so it wouldn't get knocked over, and it did. Camera hit it. It got knocked over. It's now pouring underneath my leg. There's Coke everywhere. Nobody knows why I brought the Coke there because nobody knew I was going to burp. They just thought that diva Christian wanted a Coke right next to him while he was doing his scene. What a diva. I was actually trying to improv.
Yeah.
It didn't work.
So where can people follow you? I know you mentioned Instagram stuff, but what's the...
Yeah, I'm acting homeless everywhere, basically. At TikTok, acting homeless. Instagram, acting homeless. IMDb, acting homeless. So that's where to find me. The Facebook is Christian Calloway. I was supposed to change my profile photo. I got a new girlfriend, and I've had her we've been together for a year, and she's now social media managing me because she has this website where she gets millions of followers every day. People come and see her stuff on Facebook, so much engagement. So I listen to her.
Yeah.
And so soon my profile picture will be changing. But right now, if you look for the profile picture of me not holding hamburger meat, you want the one of me not holding hamburger meat. That'll get you the Christian Calloway you want to stay, in closest attention.
Well, what about the hamburger? Yeah, I want to know about this hamburger one.
Well, that hamburger one was just my what do you call it? The vegan Beyond Meat. I was spokesperson for them, so I was holding that up as their thing. Yeah, I was the first person to do a commercial for fast food where they had the vegan alternative.
Get out!
Yeah,
that's wild.
But I mentioned my lady because she gets to get a plug. Vintage Hollywood Nouveau. If you go to that on Facebook, you wouldn't be so surprised. She brings some of the most vintage photos from Hollywood, some you don't see anywhere. she's able to put them up there, and she gets so many followers. I so appreciate her because remember I told you about Becca took care of me to make sure I did all the right things to move my career along. It's been hard to find somebody that can commit to my craziness and the way that I think about things, and my professionalism in this career for being so long. And to meet a woman like this, very high quality, very big fan base, very super sweet. Yeah, it's worth it to me to throw a plug out for her and have you guys go follow her.
Yeah,
I just gave her a like here.
Lovely, really is.
Yeah, she's a sweetheart. But she's helping me. She's gonna, she's gonna make me change my cover photos and do the things that these internet influencers do. I'm not an influencer, but she certainly is. She knows what she's doing. So.
Yeah. Can I see your shirt? I feel like I just noticed that there's like a cat on it. Your shirt.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's going on with your shirt?
That is Baby Cat.
That's awesome.
Isn't he cool? That's our social media manager for New Mexico Rising.
That's cutest cat.
Yes, isn't he something? He actually looks that way. If you pet him and he decided you're not going to pet him anymore, that's the face he gives you. But he's a real sweetheart. I like him.
I love the shirt. Yeah, it's sweet.
Yes, baby cats.
Well, this has been wonderful to talk with you, and we'll do it again sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure I'll have other things in play, and looking forward to seeing one of you guys tomorrow morning. I can get you on the air for New Mexico Rising.
I can't tomorrow morning because I have my normal 9 to 5 junk. If it's tomorrow.
Okay. Junk.
Neal Jones might be able to. I don't know.
We'll get Neal on there.
Like.
Yeah, I can do that. And then maybe we can get Annabelle on another time.
Yeah, absolutely. We can do that too. If you guys got something, I'll tell you what, you guys will always have a spot on New Mexico Rising free of charge. I'll never.
Thank you.
I mean, we make some pretty good money off that show too. It's a legit show. It's on the CBS affiliate in Albuquerque, KRQE. It's also on Paramount Plus and other places. Wow. So, it's a legit show, and it'd be a nice spot to have you. I'd like you in there because I know that you'd be a good connection for anything that comes out horror. Like maybe from my good friend Deborah Lamb. I don't know.
If multiple time guest here, Deborah.
Yeah, Deborah's. She calls me. She used to call me and just talk to me for 2 or 3 hours, and we just talked. She knew my dating situations and stuff like that too. So she was there to bring me down off of high horses and stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. A real sweetheart, and that's why I would love to see you guys continue. There's even more. I mean, I didn't even know these up and coming Scream.
Well, I did see you're actually. I know your Facebook friends. That doesn't mean necessarily know, but Anastasia Elfman. I saw you were Facebook friends with her. She's going to be on the show next week. So.
Is she really?
Yeah.
Oh, how cool is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's another one. I'm trying to think of it. Oh, Jen Nagel. She just won some kind of independent horror show thing.
Yeah, she's a horror host, I think.
Yes, and she did her own thing. I can't think of the name of it, Nirvana or not. I don't know what it was called, but she
has a character that she plays that's like a host. I think of
that's her. I met her at a tanning salon. I always at the time I was keeping myself fully tanned head to toe because homeless men would look like that, and I do very realistic portrayal. So that's how I met her. And she loves her job. She does a great job, but she really loves the passion of doing these horror films. Yeah. And again, it's another introduction into just how wonderful this world is, this fan base of people. And I think of all the horror people I already know. I mean, it's a great niche to be involved with. A great genre, I should say.
Yeah, Malvolia, the Queen of Screams, is her horror hostess name.
Yes, that's it. She's gonna be happy you knew about that. I think she's gonna do real well. She's doing everything so darn independent, but she's already got people knowing her name like you did. I mean, gosh, you got to congratulate her for that because she's in Hollywood where it's hard to be the best in the room. And she certainly is working.
We've never had her on. We should reach out and see if she's come. I'm sure she would. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Very cool.
Yeah, absolutely, I can get you some contact information.
All right. Cool. Very cool. That and the People's Joker. We'll have to Yeah, that was very cool. That they had just emailed me this week about it, and then so I'm glad to hear more about the movie.
Yeah, and you'll love to go see the movie, and I'll get Vera in touch with you too. She would love to speak to you, I'm sure. And it fits this genre also. I mean, even though it's
oh yeah,
you agree, it would fit.
Yeah.
You're
We're not
right.
totally sticklers. I know some people argue what's horror, whatever, but horror, underground stuff, weird stuff, it all works for us.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Certainly.
All right. Well, we will talk to you soon, Christian. Thank you again for doing this.
Wonderful to see you guys. We talked for a long time, but that was comfortable and easy.
Good.
Yeah. It's better than we talked very little and it seemed very long.
All right, thanks, guys. I will talk to you again.
Yeah.
Take care.
Great. Take care. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
I'm gonna take him out of here. All right.
What a nice guy.
Yeah, he's the man.
Finding out about his not just his acting work, but his work as a citizen of Earth.
Yeah, very nice man. Very cool. That was excellent. So we're getting kind of late already here.
I know, right?
Yeah. So it looks like we may have
I mean, it's almost 10:30 our time.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
But it looks like we may have the Lobotanist as a premiere.
That's cool.
I'm very excited about that.
Guys over there.
Yeah, well, we're also
stuff.
Let me go over then. What I was gonna say.
Got a pretty sweet comment. Above that one is even better.
They call you the Robert De Niro of homeless acting. I love that. Great interview. Thank you, Dave Deadman.
Extra no color today. What's going on here? Do you have
What was that?
I have extra no color today. I don't know.
Very pale.
Yeah, but like super no color. I don't.
Yeah.
No.
That's all right. What's on your shirt, by the way?
It's my John Carpenter.
Oh, I like that. Very nice anthology. That's when you went to see him?
Yes, it was. He smiled briefly, but he'd smile.
Oh, that's good.
I was like, woo! It was like he was like a rock star, and I don't think he expected it. Everybody went nuts, like more than other concerts I've been to with other people. People were going nuts, and he was really happy. It was a cool thing to see.
Nice.
It was very cool. So, but yes, I put this on because the music in Destroy All Neighbors is this kind of like techno-y rock stuff, which it's not exactly the same, but John Carpenter does techno-y rock soundtrack.
So this people need to see this. Destroy All Neighbors. This movie just I loved it right from the start. Even the opening credits, I think, was like, oh wow, I'm into this already. I hope the movie lives up to the credits. And I don't think there was ever a point in the movie where I was like, oh, I'm not into this anymore. I was just into it the whole time. It
is so fun. I don't know what else to say. It's fun. It's gory. It's silly. It's
great.
I mean, I would feel bad, honestly. Like, people are entitled to their opinions, and opinions just come. It's like liking food or disliking food. It's either there, it's not. So if you don't like it, of course, it's fine. But I feel bad for you.
I agree. I was like, oh my God, this is, man, I don't know. And I would have loved to have been able to see it on the big screen because it's great. However you can see it. Shudder's awesome. But if you can, it's a very visual movie. Also, it's got all the music, and I think watching it with people interacting, I think would have been a really fun experience.
Oh yeah, I can imagine some of the reactions during everything, because there's just some freaking funny ass moments that aren't gore. They're just like great. He has some great lines. I think almost all the lines are quotable.
Yeah,
like,
there was even a line. It was just like on the radio. And it was like long time liver, first time dyer, and I thought it was very funny. This movie's so good. And I don't want people to think it's a similar movie because it's not, but it reminded me of the first time when I saw The Greasy Strangler, because I loved it. And I also like The Greasy Strangler. Every single character to me is very memorable. Yes. And I had the same feeling on Destroy All Neighbors.
It's interesting you say that, because when Christian was talking about the casting and how all these people are professionals, have been doing things forever, that's what this is like. It's like you have all these people who've been in the industry for a long time. You know, a lot of them have been in the industry for a while, but not necessarily people that you would have, like, it's become this ensemble thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your generous time. You're awesome. Thank you, Rick Lowe Lockerman.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, Annabelle couldn't be around for. I recorded an interview with the director and the two leads. It's really fun. It's very short, but it's very fun, and you could tell that all of them really love the movie. Which
Well, it is a short one, isn't it? Do you want to put it on tonight and a separate time?
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could play it near the end if you want.
15
And
minutes,
then,
right?
huh?
Was it
Yeah,
like
15 minutes.
Just play it now.
All right, we can go to that right now.
Yes. I'll watch it.
All right.
Jealous and full of envy. But
I left a little bit of the beginning before the intro because Jonah mentions the Farmer Vincent painting. So.
Oh, nice. Cool.
Painting back there.
Oh, thank you. It's a Christmas present from my friend Annabelle.
Oh, right on.
Thank you. All right, welcome to the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal, and I'm joined by Alex Winter, Jonah Ray Rodriguez, and director Josh Forbes of my favorite movie of 2024 so far.
There we go.
Destroy All Neighbors. This was amazing, and you guys can see it on Shudder January 12th. So, Jonah, what was like the pitch for the movie, and what did you think when you first saw the script?
Well, it's like I just got the pitch first from Josh. It was a text, and he says, "Do you want to be in a movie I want to make that's a mix between Delicatessen and Evil Dead 2?" And I said, "Yes, please, fucking yes, let's go." And like that's all I need to know. Then he sent me a sizzle, and I was like, I read the script. I was like, this is great. I want to do this.
Nice, Alex. Coming up with the accent for Vlad, what was the process there? And also Josh, how much of a hand did you have in that?
Okay, who's starting? All right, let's start. So, I mean, look, the fun thing about playing characters like this is that you get to build a human being from scratch. So, I talked to Josh, I talked to Gabe Bartalos, who was creating Vlad, and sort of we all came to consensus about who Vlad was. I had my own ideas about who he was in terms of his backstory. I knew I wanted him to be Romanian. And once I'd figured that out, which is my own heritage, I set about getting a version of that accent that I wanted to work with. And I would actually say I worked with probably the best accent dialect coach in the entire industry on this insane character. But
talk to him now.
Yeah, but it was a lot of fun. And we all, it's a collaborative movie. We all sort of had a hand in building this crazy Frankenstein's monster thing.
What's funny too about it is that, a lot of the story is kind of from Will's point of view. And so, from that point of view, his neighbor is a complete monster. But it was very important to Alex and myself that he actually was a real guy, that we knew what that real guy was. Once he's dead and comes back, then he's really more of a
spoiler.
Yes, but yeah, it's in the trailer. But it's at that point it becomes more of like a figment of Will's imagination, sort of. So it just kind of goes off the rails. But I don't know. I think it's just like a really smart touch to really try and ground it where we could, and that was a great place to ground it.
Jonah, what's it like? Oh, go on, sorry.
I was just gonna say I knew the film was going to be grounded and Jonah was going to be grounded, so I just wanted to make sure I didn't force.
You were also very grounded, right?
Yeah, I didn't want Jonah to be acting opposite like the guy in a Chuck E. Cheese mascot costume,
I'm just the next Bob Hoskins talking to fucking Roger Rabbit over here.
Exactly.
Was it ever hard to stay in character, Jonah, with Vlad and all his Vladness?
No, Alex is such an incredible performer, even when caked with that stuff. it's, you know, we like, you know, every set was like, it was like full 4, you know, corners. Like it's like we had like all, you know, 360 set. So like Alex was just so good at getting into it and being like, you know, just like I didn't ever, you know, and maybe it's from like my work, you know, having to treat like, you know, 2 robots on Mystery Science Theater like they're actual people. You know, just like looking at this grotesque guy, like just kind of like just going, I'm all in. So Alex just made it super easy. It just
I think it helped that we were friends, though. I mean, I think it helped that we knew each other already, and we were all like riffing and like we were rehearsing a lot leading up to the very brief shoot. So we had a lot of time to just get in and play with the physicality even before the makeup came on. So.
That was even what was funny about that too. It's like, you know, Alex and I are always like, you know, we're like really like we're friends and we're very sweet to each other. But as we started kind of gearing up for the movie, I did notice that Alex started like poking at me a lot more. Like he started razzing. Like I was just like in my head going like, don't take it personally. He's just getting ready to be Vlad.
You mentioned Gabe Bartolos, former guest here on the show. He's amazing. Had you worked with him before, Josh? Like, how did he get involved?
So one of our writers, Charlie Piper, he had worked with him. And so when we were initially kind of like concocting the idea, and we were talking about our mutual love of practical effects. He's like, oh man, Gabe would be so good. Like if only, you know, it's kind of like the Holy Grail. Like if we could only get him involved. And you know, sure enough, he was super excited about it. He's just an amazing dude. Like I remember being terrified to meet him because like in like the basket case, like, or the making, I don't remember which making of it was, but there's one where he's doing his interview in front of a crematorium where I don't know, maybe you've seen, where he's just talking and they're like literally like burning human bodies behind him. I was like, this guy's gonna kill me. And sure, like you look at him and he's like this, you know, very imposing figure, but that he is the sweetest guy and so freaking collaborative. Like I mean, all across the board, I feel like there was just such a childlike sense of whimsy.
It really comes through in the movie.
Yeah, just like everyone is just having so much fun and getting to do the thing that they were meant to do.
Jonah, what's it like filming the big fight scene with you and Vlad?
That was something that I loved. I love doing like physical stuff. I haven't done like a lot of stage combat or anything like that, but I love just being like, you know, like when I used to do like live sketch comedy, I would always like, you know, like try and think of like a thing that needed like 2 people kind of tussling because it's always so, because I'm a guy who doesn't like to fight in real life. And yes, I have been beaten up. But I also like, you know, mosh pits as well. So it's like, I do love that, you know, that physical, visceral nature of it. And so doing that was like a thing where, you know, I had a kind of like in a thing, I was like, oh, the confrontation, like we should treat it like a dance. And like, it's like, and have this, like this thing where this guy who clearly never like was taught how to fight has to be taught how to fight by the guy he's fighting. And like, it was just like, I don't know, like the levels and the weirdness and the silliness of it. Like that was so much fun to shoot. And just like that thing of like, you know, doing that stuff of like being pulled or pushing or acting like you're not being, you know, either of those things. It was super fun.
And just making the most out of our height difference. I think that was something that we had fun with even in rehearsal, was like, I'm pretty short and Jonah's pretty tall. So, you know, that's like something that I've dealt with like acting my whole life. So I'm used to like, you work with what you got and you do something fun with it. So there was the idea of constructing this fight scene with that height disparity was also really fun, just sort of the choreography of that.
Yeah.
And we had a great choreographer for it, Nariana Cabral, aka Ninja, who is just he came recommended through my friend Chancellor, who's an amazing editor. But he just totally got it. He's also the guy in Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Oh, awesome.
Who does like this crazy scorpion kick. He's like one of the security guards. But so he was just that perfect guy who knew the intersection that we were going for. Like I love fights, I love physical comedy. You know, and he was the right guy for the job because he totally nailed it.
Yeah. Will we ever see the Calamity of Castles album?
Yeah, kind of.
Kickstarter.
Yeah, well, like all the music that was made by Ryan Katner and Brent Morris, for the film, the score and the song at the end and all the different weird like tracks that Vlad listened to. That was built. That was none of that was library. It was every piece of music and sound was built for the movie and made for the movie. Because of Ryan's other band, Man, who was on Sub Pop Records, we are going to have our soundtrack for the movie, all the music on Sub Pop Records, which is very exciting for any kid from the '90s that listened to grunge.
Yeah, I'm very excited. The music's wild in the movie, and as the movie keeps getting bigger and crazier, then the final scene's just insane. What was filming the big musical scene at the end of the film?
That was a blast. That was a fun day. But it was complicated because of the digital aspect of it, of having to have the layers and all these kind of things. But in the end, it's it was just it was just fun make believe of having a stupid guitar with 50 strings on it and a cape and an outfit and I remember we kept on trying to do a camera move with the cape going. It's just lasers and party lights everywhere. That was a fun day, I think.
And also with the music, because we didn't have the scene edited, it was that sort of chicken or the egg. Do you make the music first and edit it all perfectly and then try and match it or whatever? But so what we ended up doing was I just had a list of things that I wanted Ryan to make samples of, little Ryan and Brett are who did the score. So I'd be like, okay, we got to have there's got to be a flute part. There's got to be some sort of flute part. There's got to be some shredding. There's got to be weird, funky keyboard. We sort of went through the prog wish list. And so for each of those moments, it was all right, here we go. Here's the part, here's the part where you use the head as a gong. That's what was cool about it, is that some of that, so it's we had a lot of it pre-planned and then a lot of it was loose on the day. And so it kind of, I'm really excited about it because it's it has the perfect blend to me where, we went in with a plan, but then if something cool happened on the day, it was let's put it in there. Let's shoot it.
Alex,
organized chaos. Sorry.
It's an amazing movie, honestly. Not just because you guys are here. Alex, what did you think when you saw the finished film?
Well, I mean, I was seeing it all the way down the line, so there wasn't a kind of unveiling. It was getting bolted together all through post, and I mean, I kind of knew what we had when we were shooting, just because I've done this enough that you kind of know what you're going to have at the other end, and I think for me. I felt comfortable doing it and sort of getting into the prosthetics because that's going to be a kind of balls out, go for it thing. I knew I was sort of protected by this gang, Josh and Jonah and the folks there. But what was really exciting during the shoot was seeing all the talented people that came on in various forms, acting, art department, music, all of that, the sort of collective that grew sort of moss on a rock as it was barreling down the hill at 1,000 miles an hour on fire. So I knew what the movie was. Once we really got into production, into actual principal photography, and I knew that I know this kind of thing isn't everyone's cup of tea, but I had a feeling it would cook pretty good for the folks who like the sort of thing, because it was just an incredible level of talent in terms of the people working on it.
It's definitely my cup of tea. So it totally worked for me. And I think every character, I love every character in the movie, small, or I know you're not supposed to say small character, but characters you don't see a lot. Would you ever want to revisit this world?
Sure.
Do a sequel or a series? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I always say if we do another one, it would be called Destroy All Neighborhoods, where it's the gang breaks Jonah out of prison, or William out of prison. Then they for some reason they got someone booked them on a tour of Southeast Asia, and then things get even crazier once they get on the road. So it's they're on the run, but it's also a road tour movie. And it's also I just did it right now, so let's start making it.
So, yeah, I guess we're off to the sequel now. Josh, would you be up for that?
Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, everybody loves the sequel.
I think it would have to open. It would have to open exactly like the beginning of Blues Brothers, with Josh, with Will getting out of jail,
Right. Yeah.
you know, and then we're like waiting for him by the van.
Yeah. Guys, you waited. We had nothing else to do. We're fucking dead.
All right. Well, Destroy All Neighbors, January 12th. I absolutely loved it. It's
Thank you.
Everything worked for me. It's
Thanks,
great.
Neal.
And I want people to check it out. Thanks everyone for doing this.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nice to talk to you, Neal. Real fun.
You as well.
Neal. There you are.
Yeah, I forgot. I actually presented that a different way than I normally do, so I was confused at I normally share screen, but it wouldn't. I was like, "What is happening?" But sorry for the abrupt ending there. I was being yelled at that I was going over my allotted time, but it was good.
Well, that's what it didn't come across that way. It just seemed like it was time to end, and it ended. So
yeah. Really
Just,
cool, guys. You could I think it comes through how much they really like the movie.
Yeah.
So, and
Yes.
thanks for Shudder for making it look so
Absolutely.
spiffy. Yeah.
Thank you to Shudder so much. I know we love this movie, and it's really exciting to have Shudder share things with us.
Yeah.
Share with the audience.
I was a little concerned because they wouldn't let me record the interview myself. I had to wait for them to send it to me. And then they made it all cool. I was like, oh, yeah, you guys can record this anytime.
Extra cool?
Yeah, because they put all the board. Yeah, they put the borders all up there. And
oh, I thought maybe you made it extra fancy.
No, that was all Shudder. I was like, whoa, you guys rule.
Nice.
That was just done on Zoom. And then they did all that stuff. And I don't know. I was like, wow, you guys really went all out with this. Pretty sweet.
Right? Shudder, you can come over here anytime.
Yeah, you can produce the show. So, yeah. But now it's pretty sweet. Yeah, Shudder. I love Shudder, not because they send us stuff, but they have a lot of indie stuff that we might see at like a festival. And if it wasn't for platforms like Shudder and Tubi, like you might not see these movies after the festival run. And then they also have a lot of old, like really cool stuff and obscure stuff. And then of course they have, the Joe Bob stuff, which is a fun live experience watching, Joe Bob do stuff. So it's really well worth the $5, whatever it is a month. I like it.
Yes.
And I know we'll be having some more Shudder people on
cool
in the near future.
Very nice. It's exciting. Is Shudder, if Shudder is giving us things, does that mean we can't talk about other things? Is this like a no compete clause?
No. Like I said, like we talked with Christian, they're cool. They don't have any guidelines. You can do whatever you want. So that's good.
Coolio. Well, it's nice to have Shudder being a part of the Without Your Head experience.
Yeah. Suitable Flesh is coming to Shudder.
Oh my God. I pray that I'll be able to talk with those people. This is the downside for me, is that Neal gets amazing guests that I'm at my job.
Yeah,
so Shudder wants to produce the show and pay me to be there.
Right.
But no, that's the fantasy land.
Well, I don't want to say anything. I did reach out to a former guest here on the show from Suitable Flesh, who everyone knows I really like. And I got a reply that this person, if they can fit it into their schedule, she will be coming on. So
very cool
on the regular show. So we'll see.
Nice.
We'll see. They're a very busy person, but they replied right away. So that was very nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
You put in a note where I saw the movie because they seem to be friends.
I did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That would be the HP Lovecraft Film Festival for y'all. Just don't say hi to me.
I think it's a different. I got an email today about. I think it's a Necronomicon.
What about
coming up? I got an email that it's coming up.
Yeah, it's slightly different, but also the same.
All right. I don't know if it's something you're interested in or not.
I go every year to the HP Lovecraft things.
All right. Well, I'm just saying.
With my artist people.
If you would like a press pass, I might be able to get you.
I'm totally cool being the observer. I have to say that's a very personal experience for me. I know some of the people are involved. I've met a lot of really cool artists. It's been a very special thing for me to become a part of. It calls
That's
to my
wow.
artist self.
It's interesting. They sent me this. They sent it today, and it's coming up. It's not till August. It's long.
It's always August.
But they must be thinking they'll sell out like nearby hotels and stuff. But anyway, if people are interested, you can get your tickets. Oh, Friday, January 19th, they go on sale.
Really? Mm-hmm. It's pretty awesome for HP Lovecraft people.
That, and it looks like we're also going to be there's a lot of people. It's very exciting, and it's a great feeling. So many people want to come on the show. What was it today? There was this. Oh, let me find this because I'm very excited about this movie. So we're going to be having some folks on from Slaughterhouse. Now, I have not seen it. Maybe after I see it, I'll be like, why did I agree? But I'm excited. And I was like, hell yeah, we were interested to have guests on for Sloth. They reached out today. So it's coming out February 12th, Slaughterhouse.
Slaughterhouse. Mm-hmm. Maybe Jason Minton will make an appearance because he's his favorite animal.
Exactly.
Jason Minton, formerly of Without Your Head.
Yeah, let's reel him back in.
I still love Jason, but.
Oh, by the way, so cool thing. So I mentioned earlier that it looks like the lobotomizer will be the world premiere at Severed Limbs.
I hope you do that thing tomorrow morning. I wish I could do more.
I actually was talking to him while we were playing the thing, and it's all set. It's actually at 10:30. He had the times a little messed up because it's Mountain
Eastern time.
Yeah. 10:30 Eastern.
Maybe another day. It's probably a Monday through Friday.
Yeah, he said, yeah. I don't know, but it'll work. It'll work out. I think we'll do more stuff with Christian. He's a very nice guy. Yeah. So
I want to be on the morning show though.
Yeah,
that's
really nice. I would love to have you on with me.
Be on like a normal Monday morning show.
Yeah.
I find that tickles me. I just think that would be so great.
I agree. So also making its world premiere at Severed Limbs. So this will be cool. We'll have at least one world premiere, but we'll have two. I'll have to ask Christian to make sure. I mean, he might not know that it's coming up so soon. But the Stoneville Killer will make its world premiere at Severed Limbs 15, and that is from Zombie Durand.
Nice.
And
is this coming? What do you have a set date for this event yet?
Yeah, the 21st, which I believe I made a Sunday, so you'd have a better shot of joining.
It's very cool. That will be
the 27th. The 27th.
27th.
No, the 21st. The 21st. Sunday the 21st, because the deadline is the 13th to send something in, and then the event comes up the 21st.
Wow, it's pretty quick.
Yeah.
Your birthday is somewhere near there, I think.
No, mine.
That's next month.
Yeah, it's in February. But I'm going to make this announcement this week. Some people celebrate birthday months. 2024, I'm celebrating my birthday year. People will celebrate birthday months. Forget that. Nasty Neal, 2024, my birthday year. So you can send me gifts all year long. 2024, my birthday year. Boom.
How old are you this year? Can you share?
48.
Oh, wow. Young man. Young Neal Jones.
Yeah. So I wore those.
Never be as old as Troy. Well, you'll be as old as Troy, hopefully.
Dave Deadman very jealous of the sweater.
As soon I was like, earlier I noticed, I'm like, are those hypodermic needles at the top? But we were interviewing people, so I didn't say anything, and now that's crazy.
Yeah. The back, I don't think I can really get a shot, but the back is the doctor. It's the head of the doctor. I can't really do it here. I don't have a lot of room, but
Like on Dave's icon there.
yeah, it's a pretty amazing sweater.
Where'd that come from?
Middle of Beyond.
The Middle of Beyond?
Yeah, it's the name of the people who make it. Middle of Beyond. It's a pretty rocking name, I gotta say.
It's pretty cool. Brings
I bought it
vision
from
to
myself.
mind. Makes me think of scorched earth, and you're just in the middle of the scorched earth, and there's like storm clouds, post-apocalyptic. I don't know why that's where I go, but it is. Pepe loves Slaughterhouse.
Has he seen it?
Apparently.
Sweet.
Dave needs to see the back of that sweater.
Show the back. Maybe he just wants to see my back.
It's possible.
I actually I bought this in a jacket from the same place. They had a giant, really good sale on Middle of Beyond right after Christmas.
Why is that like a whisper? You should promote them if you like their stuff.
No, well, right now no sales going on, but right after Christmas they had a crazy sale, and I got this, and I couldn't believe it. They had
a
Hellraiser jacket.
Wow, they've got like, what are they, starter jackets?
Yeah, it's a reversible Hellraiser jacket.
Oh,
so the one back is Farmer Vincent in the with the head.
Oh, I don't like this. It has things on the boobs.
Well, you can reverse it so you don't show that. The other reverse is just Hellraisers. I mean, Hotel Hell. And then the other side is the heads planted in the garden.
Sweet.
Pretty amazing.
One's pretty sweet. Whoa, these are expensive.
Yeah, they are.
Quality.
They are very high quality. They're very expensive right now.
But I mean, if you're Lecter, so it looks like the reversible jackets are consistently $139. And the Sherpa,
they look pretty rocking too.
Are $119.
Yeah,
I think it's reversible. Maybe it's just Sherpa. No, it's just Sherpa, not reversible. Wow, it's pretty wild. I do not like the boob patches. I'm very interested as to why they made that choice, but they did. Sorry to trash a company. I feel bad. I should just shut my face.
I know some of the shirts have they're no longer up there because they've sold out.
They have Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure reversible jacket.
This is the short that's making its world premiere at Severed Limbs, the Stoneville Killer. It's a very cool poster.
Classic poster, yeah. So like perfectly 80s poster.
And I got this a long time ago from Joe. I'm sorry to not post this.
Yes.
It was after. Oh, here we go. Boom. Sending good vibes your way.
Yes. So cute.
I love it.
Thanks for sharing that, Joe.
Yeah. Wow, two really nice folks on tonight. Talented and nice.
Talented and nice. Most of them are usually bastards, so.
Oh, and I didn't have time to edit it today. I also recorded another interview earlier today, so I didn't have time. It's a pretty big guest up there, but it came up really last minute. So anyway, Danielle Harris. I recorded an interview with Danielle Harris earlier today. That's pretty cool. But I didn't have time to edit something. But Diablo Joe has sent in a new review, and I was going to edit it, and then this thing came together, and I had to watch the movie. I was like, holy shit, do I have time to watch a whole movie and then do the interview? I was like, I think I can do it, and I did, so that was cool. But I didn't have time to edit the Diablo Joe review. I was going to try to edit and play it on the show, but it just didn't work out. But it'll be up this weekend.
Cool.
Hellhounds. It's a werewolf movie.
Nice.
And it's funny you guys had brought up Wrightson, because right at the beginning Joe starts talking about Bernie Wrightson, and so I was I was in the middle of editing it, and I put in, Bertie Wrightson werewolf from and then I was like, I'm not gonna have time to finish it, so I'm gonna stop now and finish it when I have time.
That's how Bernie Wrightson came into my life, is Cycle of the Werewolf. And that's how I really got into Stephen King. I went to the library. My parents were reading Stephen King, even though they don't like horror. It was very weird. I went and I didn't steal it because I was going to bring it back, but I was afraid they wouldn't let me take it because I was so young. I'm like, they're not going to let me take this book. So I took it and I studied it. Amazing werewolves. So just beautiful art. He was just so brilliant. I don't know I feel embarrassed to say that I do not know a lot of artists by name. Like sometimes people be like, who's your favorite artist? And I feel like ridiculous because I am I have such a poverty of knowledge of artists, but that is one artist I do know and love.
Yeah, it was one of my favorites. I have the illustrated Frankenstein that Troy got me when I was a little kid. Yeah, it's so good, so detailed. The whole, not just the monster and the doctor. The lab is so detailed, which is really awesome. I saw NECA actually. It's for my. So I have this. Frankenstein. He's a little too tall actually to put up at the moment, but Frankenstein that Troy got me one year for Christmas. It's pretty rocking.
Awesome. Yeah, that's really well made.
Yeah, he's got real clothes on. And NECA just made a working like the lab that he's in. So you put him in and you strap him down and like it rises and so
wow.
Holy shit,
that's insane. How big is that?
It's got to be pretty big.
Yeah,
because he's a pretty big guy.
Huh. That's cool though.
Yeah. It's alive. I love it. Larry Fessenden posted pictures. He went to it was like a video store in New York. I was like, this place rules. And they had a little Larry Fessenden area. I was like, this place rocks.
Yep. It was a really cute picture.
I was like, we have to try to remember this next time we're in the area.
Media. Like, yes, it's awesome.
I'm
bad at media. I am. I'm bad. But
I'll be honest. I discovered Larry, later on. Mm-hmm. I didn't know his earlier movies, and then I went back and watched, lots of them. The first thing that I saw him in, I was like, man, I like this guy, and that is "We Are Still Here," which came out, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, maybe.
Really?
I love it. It was my favorite movie that year. We did our top 13 or 6, whatever. It was my favorite that movie of the year. Larry's great in it. Barbara Crampton's great in it.
Yes.
It's got very funny dialogue.
Yes.
But it's not like overtly funny. It's like a dark comedy. Super well made movie. Ted Geoghegan made it, who did Brooklyn 45. I think it was his first feature.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Yeah.
And the scary people.
And great ghosts in it.
Yeah, they're very frightening. It was a very, very weird plot. I'd like to see it again because I feel like I need to reabsorb what was happening. I think it threw me a little bit.
Yeah, so I really love it. It was people should check it out. I think it's great. And Ted Geoghegan, really nice guy.
Yeah.
And that was kind of the start of Brooklyn 45, actually, because he liked the seance scene and wanted to do a whole movie about a seance.
Larry's character.
Larry Fessenden, I guess.
Yeah, he is so funny. Like, he's just doing his best. It's like always my favorite characters get screwed.
Yeah.
Every time. It's pretty universal. But he was great at it. Everybody was great. I'll have to see it again.
Cool. Oh yeah, don't forget. You're right, Pepe. I keep forgetting. He sent unboxing video of his secret Satan. Let me grab it.
Nice. That's awesome. Thank you, Pepe.
Yeah. And so did Vic Schiavone. He posted in the group. So
I saw that. That was so cute. He got a great Shining rug. And the art from Terrible Troy. That was just a great gift set. I use my mug every day for my oatmeal now. I should get that. I think it's only been on Dinner and a Movie. Don't mind my pajamas if you see them.
When we did the interview earlier, I thought I was gonna wear my my hat, my leather baseball, my leather football helmet.
Yeah.
Or I've never worn the I don't think I've ever worn the Backwoods Bob hat in an interview.
Do you like my idea for Backwoods Bob? Once
I
upon
like anything if it's Backwoods Bob is in it. But
Anything.
yeah.
Am I in it? I love it.
I'll just be honest, yeah. Also, thanks to Aaron Barocas for helping with the cards. Big help, sending me some stills from some folks. I'm glad people are really enjoying them. And if you hold on. Whoops.
Whoop.
So there's End Zone 2 and Once and Future Smash cards I made of the cast, and also for what?
Trading cards.
Trading cards. Digital trading cards.
Card.
Yeah, digital trading cards. And I've had such fun with them. I would like to make some without your head ones this year. So we'll see how that goes. But I really enjoy doing them. And for the folks who have been donating, you got to send a picture in, and I will create you one as a thanks for helping get our Blu-rays made. So here's Pepe Poteet and his secret Satan.
Woo! Got my gift in the fucking mail. I mean, freaking mail. So excited to see what I got. Because I didn't get nothing for Christmas this year. So this is like the only gift I got this year. Pretty excited. Oh, sweet. That's pretty cool. Nice. That's cool. Kind of matches my decorations I already got in the background. I like this. It's sweet. Thank you and Merry Christmas.
Sweet. And if you don't know, that is an original painting by John Reddy.
I recognize the work of John Reddy.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty excellent.
So I was happy that he likes it.
Yeah. You're sweet. And Pepe looked great in that video. Your makeup is on point.
I agree. I really like the vest too, in the tie.
Yes.
I like the whole ensemble.
Mm-hmm.
Did he draw the stuff in the background? I like that too.
Yeah, let's check that out again, because I was like, what's going on in the background there? Is that like wallpaper? I'm like, no, that's not wallpaper. That's like art.
Let me grab it here. Got a big smile on his face, which makes me happy. Whoops. Hold on a sec. It's not working right. There you go. Yeah, we'll just... Yeah, what's going on there, Pepe?
You get rid of us and zoom in on this. Whoa, I see an eye, like a face. And dang.
Some kind of bird or something on our right.
Perhaps.
Or pterodactyl.
Oh, there's a lot going on. The eye is way cool. There's like so many things going on. The eye kind of looks like it's in a moon face, maybe. It's interesting because he's there, it's like it's really wild.
So yeah, he drew that stuff in the back. Very awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
And look how happy he is. We love it.
That's great.
Good man. Good John. John Reddy's good man. Are you ready for John Reddy?
Dave thinks he's a damn handsome man.
I agree. Are you ready for John Reddy? Well, it needs some work, but we'll work.
Wait, pick it up again. We're gonna have a duet.
All right. Very good. It's beautiful.
Yes.
It's our new theme song.
They can put it in the soundtrack as a bonus track.
There we go. The music of the month. Emotion. We called our band, our mythical band, Emotional Chili.
That's right. Emotional Chili. Oh my goodness. Yes, we're gonna be our own music of the month. Can we do that?
Yeah.
I have so many random instruments I never learned around here. It's just so many.
All right, let me grab.
I'm gonna share this because I don't think I ever found out who sent this. So on Dinner and a Movie, I was able to share this because I opened it, but not everybody gets the opportunity or chooses to watch Dinner and a Movie. You should watch Dinner and a Movie. We're just
very fun.
Rambling there.
Yeah. It's a good time. If it's more like the show here. Just me and Annabelle talking about a movie and then just some whatever.
Just some bullshit. So this mug I got, and it's really cool. It's got like all these little like stars and moons and skull dude. And then this I am using this now because it's not exactly a practical spoon, but it's pretty fucking sweet.
Yeah.
So this is like if I have like a pre-purchased tea bag, then this is how
that's actually a good idea because then it's it's like the
instead
one
of like
with the whole
strain it or something like that. Yeah. Yes. So when
I know who sent it, but I don't know if they if I should say or
you should.
Marsha Miller.
Marsha Miller. I gotta find Marsha Miller. I feel like I know this name, but maybe I have not. Wait, Marsha Miller. Is she the one that got the tea?
She got the tea.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Pretty
Marsha
wild.
Miller. Yeah. That's awesome. It's perfect. I love it.
Dave Deadman had sent a picture of his. He got a 8-bit t-shirt of Once a Future Smash.
Cool.
Which that was sent in. I'll say that was sent in by Vic Schiavone.
Nice.
He's Vic and Jason sent 2 in, so I split theirs up and also sent them each 2.
That's nice.
I thought that was the way to go. That's why Vic has the other 2 here.
Well, who gave the rug?
Troy. No, Jason. Jason sent the Troy's was the painting, and Jason sent the rug and also the bookend that Troy got. I thought it was nice to for people who sent 2. I think they should get
Yeah.
All right.
Have you got your did you open your card? Oh, cool.
No, I did not. It's upstairs. You want me to go grab it while I play this?
Yeah, that would be good.
All right.
I mean, it's not super exciting. It's a little predictable, but we can talk about it.
All right. You want to be on camera while I was playing, or?
That doesn't matter.
All right, we'll leave it here. All right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, because it's been so crazy this past week, I decided I was going to open my gift on New Year's Day. So starting a new tradition. If it doesn't get here by Christmas. So let's see what it says. Fragile. Handle with care. It's got me real curious here. So Faith is taping me. Say hi, Faith.
Hey guys.
Okay. Let's. There's. Ooh, it's two things. That's neat. And a card. Let's open. I'll open the card first. And it's a Merry Christmas. It's got Merry Christmas, New Year, Happy New Year without your head 23, signed by Nasty Neal himself. And two really cool stickers. You can see those. Frankenstein and
Oh yeah.
Child's Play. Okay, so let's open this one first and see what we got. This one doesn't feel fragile. So let's see what it is. I still don't know what it is, but it's made in China. So. It's like a rug.
Or a banner.
I don't know what it is. It's a.
Yeah, I guess it's a rug.
It's a rug. It's a pretty rug. So that was the first thing. Okay, now this one feels like it could be kind of fragile, so or maybe he just said that so they
wouldn't mess it up.
Wouldn't play toss with it, I guess. Yeah. Okay. And it's oh my gosh. This is a Troy Jones original.
Wow.
That is so cool. Oh man. Gonna have to find a good place for this one. So that's it. Thanks, guys.
Man, I just made it back in time and I switched sweaters so I can show Dave Deadman the back here.
What?
The back is insane.
It kind of looks like who makes it? The Malaysian horror posters?
Yeah, it does. Ghana.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's
just,
like, that did happen, but
it's so nuts that that's on a sweater. I think it's pretty rocking. This one's also made by the same people. I've had this one since last year. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome. That's great. I like it. Yeah, the Shining Rug is pretty sweet, Dave.
Yeah, that's what we're rocking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was Mitten. Good man. Thanks everyone for sending in your gifts.
Yeah, I hope Vic can appreciate the Shining Rug. I'm not sure he knows.
I told him afterwards because I wasn't sure he knew what it was.
I don't think he did.
Now he knows.
Now he knows.
Yeah, I told Michael and Sophia about when the sale was going on because I know Michael started wearing the buttons because he also make cool button shirts, and
Yeah.
Sophia got a Shining cardigan,
Ooh.
so it's a button-up sweater
Nice.
with this. All right, so yeah, middle will be on. I should reach out to them. Maybe they can sponsor the show or something.
We're all into the sponsorship.
Yeah.
The sponsorship can I can in my career I could start to just drop days and be fee for service.
Yeah. All right. What am I looking here?
That's never happening. That will never happen.
I don't know. They can send us a couple things we're in the show or something. I don't know. I do like their stuff a lot. Neal, share at the Oscar, switches costumes in the middle. Exactly. I'll grab. I'm gonna grab. Pepe sent in a new picture. Oh, sweet.
Our colors for our names changed. I'm not against it at all, but they were,
Yeah, that's because when I did a video in the middle of the night to announce the Severed Limbs movies, and I changed it to blue because it's Winter Warlock.
I like it though.
I did a blue themed. I forgot to change it back.
I like it. This kazoo. This
I'm surprised
is
anyone watched. It was in the middle. It was like 3 a.m, but
there's people all over the world watching Neal Jones. This, I believe, I got when you got your ukulele in Woodstock. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Whoa, look at that.
So it's like a buzzard on the left, I think. Like a moon.
The
kind of a
thing,
moon thing.
I got the moon thing.
We got like an upside down skull. This is great, Pepe.
It was like a little dude in that. It's like an animal skull with like a little skeleton with birds or
Yeah.
butterflies, and then there's a crazy face in the back of it.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, keep working on that, man. Send us updates.
Yeah, we want updates as this progresses. It's great.
Yeah, as an art person, I want to put it out there that that's meant to encourage, not put pressure on you.
Yeah, I'd put this in the background.
Whoa, that's sweet.
It's like a bunch of comics laying around with the Severed Limbs on. Yeah. And then I did the blue on the. Oh, we'll leave it up for the rest of the show. Let's be cool.
Yeah, that's cool. I like
Yeah,
it.
artwork by Mr. Joe, Terrible Troy, and I did the comic designs. I see Lawrence Harvey peeking out here in the corner.
well.
I asked Lawrence about coming back on, and he is about to come in, and he said he was very happy to see that Annabelle is back on the show.
Yay! He is coming back.
Yeah, he said he'll come back on. Yeah.
Yes. Oh my goodness, that'll be lovely.
Yeah, he's got some kind of movie coming up soon, and then when that comes out, he'd want to come on and talk about it.
That's fantastic.
And he's also happy. Speaking of dinner movie, said that we were doing dinner and a movie, and so it was cool.
That's great. Oh, that's so nice.
I'm drinking. This is. We need sponsorship from the Polar Seltzer people, but no, this is black. This is the new flavor, blackberry mango. It's really good.
Oh, that sounds really good. I got one that's like yuzu orange or something like that. At first, I tried it. Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh, really?
Now I hear you. Maybe you were just not actually saying things.
Oh,
I
forgot the reason I love to begin with.
What? Oh, yeah. So this is from Neal's Christmas gift from myself, from Brutality. And Neal did not open it.
No, I forgot about it. I was planning on opening on the show.
What do you think it is before you?
I think it's. I bet it's a card with a coupon for Brutalities.
Well, you'll just have to find out, won't you?
Which I love the Brutalities. I would like to get some more. And we've got very cool here. It says I don't have a lot of light at the moment. Happy Horror Days from Brutalities. Thanks for giving our 2023 Advent calendar a try. We hope you enjoyed the tease and found some new favorites. I did. Thank you. Thanks so much for your continued support for Brutalities throughout the year. Happy holidays and have a great new year. 25% off online order. Yeah, it's not like a 5 or 10%. I'll use it.
And it's valid through September.
Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, it's not like you got to use it in a day
or whatever. So a lot of them are like so fast.
Yeah.
So I love it. I'm gonna definitely get the pistachio one. I'm gonna get one of the 3-packs.
Yeah, that's. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get that hot one. I really liked it.
Oh, the chili lime one. That was really good. I like the chili lime.
There was a smoky one I liked.
Let me see. Where did I put it? Shit, there it is. I liked
brutality.
some of them. I was really surprised I didn't like as much, but that's okay because I was surprised with ones that I did like the pistachio one. I was just stunned. I'm wondering if actually I didn't like lavender until I had a lavender drink, which I only had because it was purple. Oh, this looks amazing. And I'm just going to have it. Fuck it. I'm going to have this purple drink. So I wonder if now I'll like pistachio things. So
you know how they, while you're talking about that, you know how people say some people love cilantro and some people think it tastes like soap? My theory on this, though, what if some people just love the taste of soap?
No, because I've tasted soap and I don't like it. So I'm sorry to pull that theory.
Gotta give it another shot.
Keep trying. There's got to be the right soap. One day you'll find your
soap
cilantro.
over my street tacos.
Nasty. Chai put a spell on you. I really liked for chai. There are two chais, but that one did it for me.
I'm a big fan of chai in general. Troy is not a fan of chai.
Really? Chai is new for me because I'm not drinking. Well, I've had chai before, but now if I go out and like if you and I were to go to the Starbucks or whatever, because I'm off coffee, coffee, and I've had so much more energy. And it's not about the caffeine because I'll drink caffeine tea. I feel different.
All right, well, that's good.
Really nice. I have theories about why. And it has to do with toxic soil. But that's okay. Oh, Dave, that's too bad. It's too bad. I wish you knew. I wish cilantro was not asked to you. Because there's a reason that people who like it. And I'm sad for you that you can't. Dang, working on for almost 10 years. What's Neal doing? Neal's over there just like
I'm very confused. I just got an email saying that I set up for a pickup tomorrow from the United States Postal Service, and I obviously did not because I'm sitting here doing the show. Just the kind of odd thing to try to, and it's from the USPS, so I'm very confused. It's not like some bullshit thing.
John brings a good point. Well, because Dave Deadman, a few above, said I'm one of the people that it tastes like soap. Cilantro is ass. And John is right on it.
All right. I used to blow bubbles with it. With what? What, cilantro? Oh, with soap, I guess. I almost asked, man, lucky bubbles. All right.
Yeah, it's late.
Yeah, it's almost 11:30. It's way later than we normally go, but it's been a great show.
It's been a great show. I wish I could stay up as late as I used to be able to, but times changed.
There's
a long show.
Yeah, no, it's great. It was. This is not horror related, but did you see this yesterday? This is real quick. This last thing I want to say. They released an AI George Carlin special, a stand-up special. Isn't that messed up?
Terrifying.
It's an hour stand-up AI George Carlin, and I've seen like major websites sharing this, not like news sites. Like I was like, this is pretty gross to me.
Yeah, well, George Carlin's daughter is not excited about it.
Good.
Really fucked that they can do that to his family. It's, he's, you get what I'm saying. I think anybody else is going to get my sentiment. Just, I feel like kind of speechless because it's just so fucking horrible.
Yeah, it's really messed up. But so not to end it on a
there's something that says the George Carlin AI stand-up is worse than you can imagine. That's on Vice. So that's good.
Where is this?
So
Oh,
bad.
that was what Vice said.
Oh my goodness. Yikes. Yeah, the cursed hour-long special is the work of Dudesy, a podcast hosted by Will Sasso and Chad.
Will Sass? What? Will Sass used to be on Mad TV. You would think a stand-up a comedian would like that would be like the antithesis of like you would think anyone in comedy at all would be dead against ever doing something like that.
Well,
That'd be
you
like
would be wrong.
blasphemy.
Apparently, Will Sasso is capitalizing on this with Chad Kultgen and curated by an AI program with the same name. At the start of the special, Dudesley intones that it devoured the work of the decade-long comedic genius, long dead. I'm reading this wrong. The work of the long dead comedic genius and rendered it into a terrible hour-long facsimile of Carlin's world called I'm Glad I'm Dead. It's all on YouTube for everyone to cringe along to, and fair warning from a fan of the real Carlin such as myself, it cannot be unseen. The AI comedian, which is not funny and only sounds vaguely like Carlin, spends the hour riffing on various topics like Taylor Swift, U.S. gun culture, and of course, hyping the supposedly revolutionary potential of AI technology. Carlin's family did not give Dudesy permission to create the special, and his daughter Kelly publicly denounced it on X. Quote, my dad spent a lifetime perfecting his craft from his very human life, brain, and imagination. No machine will ever replace his genius, end quote. She wrote on the website formerly known as Twitter. Quote, these AI-generated products are clever attempts at trying to recreate a mind that will never exist again. Let's let the artist's work speak for itself. Humans are so afraid of the void that we can't let what's fallen into it stay there. Well said.
Yeah, it's really disgusting. And if this has any type of, like monetized in any way, like that should all go to them. And it's just, and it's really mind-boggling to me that a comedian would be doing that.
There's more to it that I saw. I scrolled underneath, and it does get into that. Sasso and this other guy whose name I can't pronounce, sorry guy, played a clip of the Carlin bot on their show before dropping the entire special on YouTube. The pair seemed visibly uncomfortable during the segment, Sasso especially. The former Mad TV comedian lambasted AI comedy. Quote, I personally don't want to hear a fucking Nirvana song that's not written by Kurt Cobain and played by fucking Nirvana. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. It's not real. It doesn't matter, Sasso said. Anyone can do an impression. Dudesy is doing an impression. I don't think a new comic has anything to worry about because we need new voices. Dudesy has consumed every Carlin special and has pulled off something miraculous, but it's not by definition new. It's taken from a bunch of other shit, Sasso said. Despite the obvious discomfort, the pair still push people to watch the special. The podcast exists to promote Dudesy, and promote Dudesy they did. A screen behind their heads displayed the name of the AI model, and Sasso wore a large belt emblazoned with the AI's logo. The Dudesy show launched in March 2022, and Sasso and this other guy said they can't reveal the company behind the AI due to a non-disclosure agreement. The special is a little more than an hour long, begins with a disclaimer, saying it's doing an impression, blah, 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 blah. So then this Dudesy Carlin thing says AI will not replace most jobs. It's going to make them easier. Right now, you should be watching a few YouTube videos to figure out how to train GPT to do your job for you so you can dick off all day and still get a raise. And if AI does replace your job, rest assured, the billionaires will find a way to force you into wage slavery for 10 to 15 hours a day. So you won't have time to think about restructuring society into a more equitable model for everyone. That is not funny at all.
No.
Not funny. That's fucking horrible. The AI model then painted a picture of a horrifying world where all your dead favorite comedians are back forever. I might be the first stand-up comic brought back from the dead by AI, but I certainly won't be the last. Richard Pryor, Joan Rivers, Bill Hicks, Robin Williams, Dick Gregory, Andy Kaufman, Mom Mabley, Sam Kinison, as it name checks the dead, grotesque AI-generated version of their faces flash on their screen. everybody's coming back, and we're all gonna have our own 24-hour days, 7-day a week, 365-day a year stream, commenting on everything that's happening in the world as it happens. AI resurrected stand-up comedians are going to be the new news anchor on the next decade, which now that I think of it, means news anchors are probably out of a job too. This is so Dudesy has doing Carlin spins this as something to be embraced. Imagine Cosby jokes without all the Cosby sexual assault, it explained. What if we had Catholic priests without the crimes? AI, it said, will usher in a heavenly future with no theft, save for, of course, the theft we are witnessing before our eyes as a machine scoops up a lifetime's work of an artist and uses it to spin a fairy tale about a future where art is replaced by machines controlled by the wealthiest among us. I'll be honest, from the author, fear is at the core of my disgust. The early battle against AI feels like it's already over. The financial incentives are too great, and the billionaires pushing AI will do anything to make an extra few bucks. The idea of stripping creative jobs from humans and seeding it to cheaper machines is just too lucrative an idea to pass on. This is a long article, and it makes me sad. And it's really sad that this came up at the end of the show. I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's terrible. Oh, what a
Yes.
dystopia.
It's so
Everybody's
gross.
got children now because they're fucked. Oh my God. Seriously, Dave and Pepe. Oh my God, folks. You know, we're here together. That's what I've got to say. It was like when I was when we were interviewing Christian earlier, like the whole world is pretty much always fucked. Like rich people have always run the show and not given a shit from like the dawn of exchange, not even money. We got each other. That's what we've got. We've got each other talking with indie people and all this. That's what we got. You know, we're human beings still.
Yeah. This is
I hope no one will find it worth their while to replace me with AI. And we'll just keep being here. You guys keep showing up. We'll be here, aging in this crazy, fucked up world together.
To leave on a positive note, next week we will have the female cast of End Zone 2 talking about the film for the first time ever. It's going to be very, very exciting. They're all very happy, excited to do this because they've been wanting to talk about it for years. So. Yeah.
For years.
So that'll be great.
That's cool. That's very cool.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like there's a lot of love going over to these two movies. How's things going at the Kickstarter nowadays?
Let's go here. So I do want to let people know that if you think, oh, the Kickstarter met its goal, they're all set. First of all, you can still get a lot of cool stuff, but also there's a lot more debt from the movie. So it's not like we hit the goal and that's it. But the good thing is, since we hit the goal, the Blu-rays will be released.
What about the VHS?
And the VHS, yeah.
Okay. I don't even have a VCR anymore. I just sent it along to Goodwill Land, but I still want that VHS.
Oh wow! So we're up to $14,577 out of the 10,000 goals.
Wow, that's amazing.
Sweet. All right.
Yeah. So, folks, it was nice to have you here. Hope you enjoyed the show. Had lovely guests. You had some other guests as well. So yeah, nice show all around. Had a good time.
Yeah, I've heard nothing good about this night swim movie, but it's still playing. If you want to decide to go see it, but we'll see. I've literally heard not one good
there. Maybe there's something cool happening in the Dorchester one.
Yeah.
Oh, The Evil Dead. Did you see my?
Yeah. When is that?
It's I don't remember. Let me go to the link I sent you. It's this month and at least part of next month. Where the hell did I send it? Did I send it to in a text or in
It
was text. There it is. So and I don't know if it's going all over the country or not, but the Evil Dead, the musical, will be at whatever the BCA Plaza Theater is on Tremont Street, January 25th through February 25th, which I'm pretty excited about. I really would love to see it. It's 2 hours and 5 minutes long, suitable ages 18 plus. Now, I don't think this is the one. What was the one we were looking at and you couldn't buy tickets properly? You buy one ticket and it's like across the room. Maybe this one, but I don't think so. I think that one was at Emerson. So, yeah.
Now there's a splatter area. Doesn't look like it's a very big place wherever it is. So
is there a splatter area? Nice. No, it looks really small. Maybe this is the place where there was a problem with the ticketing. But at any rate, it's going to be pretty rad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I wonder, it might be. I don't know if it's a place that we saw the Silence of Music or not.
No, that was in Lynn. That was in the city of Lynn.
All right.
Memorial Auditorium.
Fuck yeah, Bruce. I bought it up. I thought I was kidding. The VHS is a dope perk.
VHS. Yeah, man.
I saw that in Toronto like 10 years ago when it came out. It's fucking great.
Awesome.
I mean, DVR players. I don't know who this is. Maybe promote an upcoming screening if you do it real quick. Wear clothes you don't care about. Oh, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah. Sometimes they give you like Blue Man Group give you.
Yeah, I think when we went to see Grand Guignol, they
that's right. Yeah, ponchos.
Yeah, because I was wearing like a suit.
Yeah, I think we're both trying to be fancy for our night out at the theater.
Yeah, and then afterwards we went to the Friendly Toast, and some guy wanted us to come on his boat and give us cocaine.
There's 2 guys together, and they had some boat in the harbor, which Portsmouth is a pretty nice town. Yeah, and they started talking about cocaine, and we're just trying to eat our pancakes, man.
I'm sure that would have turned out really well.
This is so weird. It's so fucking weird. Where is this cinema? We are in Boston. Where is either Gardena or Gardenia? I'm not sure. Cinema. Conan O'Brien.
Freeway 1 and 2, January 20th at the
LA.
Gardena.
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, this is Bill de France. All right. Yeah, Bill's a good guy.
All right, cool.
Bill's a good man. All right. Send us the info. I'll post it up on the website.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get out of here before we get too late. Yeah. So Casket Rats will play us out. The music of the month.
It's good.
Great show. Glad Troy was back.
Yeah. Great to see him.
This is Nasty Neal.
This is Annabelle Lecter.
And this was Without
Your Head.
Whoa! I can't play that and hit the same time.
Caskets down to take it to the street. Goodbye or death with every breath to bring a light into the nation. And when the deed is done, time I have so far that a final destination. Hey! Alright! Hey! Alright! Bell